Alright. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Medieval Dynasty. Last stream, we got married, and we have a baby on the way. The town grew a lot. We got bronze tools locked in. I believe we are just starting or just wrapping up winter. But I did find we did put ourselves back down to 3-day seasons. The 5-day was nice for like very relaxed pace gameplay. But I did find I was just kind of grinding the buildings for like the whole end of the season for like 2-3 days. And that didn't feel like enough was kind of happening. So instead it's like, you know what? Instead, we're going to put it back down to 3 days. And I kind of like that because time's getting by faster. Right, so we just started winter. We also got our entire orchard is planted. How old is the kid? Still a baby? He is still actively in the process of being born. We did get a bunch of our fields planted. So the kid has no age yet. But the baby is on the way. So with that, we have not been to town yet for this year. I'm getting myself all disoriented. So let's run to town real fast and check to see what our things we can do this season, missions, quests, whatever you want to call them, wise are. And keep things moving. But the things we're working on is we're working on expanding the town. I need to get more houses built so I can recruit more people. We are working on building up our town to be sustainable. And what I mean by that is I'm trying to get it to a point where we have like pigs and chickens that produce manure that then, you know, let us grow stuff, and then we use that stuff that we grow to feed said pigs and chickens and all that. So that, you know, it's self-sustaining and enough workers to work those things and all that. Basically, we're trying to stabilize our town where I don't have to babysit it. That we'll eventually get to the point where we'll be able to hire builders and all that and just be like, build a house there and then walk away. And they'll just take care of it. Oh, that reminds me. One thing I was going to do is manage buildings, extraction, the woodshed, go here. Okay, I've already got those set to 1. That's all I was checking. Was I wanted to make sure the sticks and all that were turned way down. Because eventually we're going to get to a point where I'm not going to need nearly as much wood and planks coming in. Another added thing is at the end of the season, we should have our first trees regrowing. At which point, ooh. Do you not have as many things on the board today? You don't. So you want buckets, that's easy. You want copper knives, I could probably do that. And you want copper and bronze arrows. Those will be a little bit harder to make happen, but that's okay. Alright. I also, at some point today, want to hunt the Wizened. Basically, I want to get this quest out of here. I should also check on the food. I'm willing to bet we're getting to the point where I'm probably going to need to hunt to top off our food again. We're going to try and do these because they make me money, and they get me reputation. And so we need that to continue to grow the village. Now granted, at the size we're at 2,200 rep. And I believe it's 100 rep lets me have 1 citizen per rep. And we're at a population of 12. So honestly, reputation is not that urgent, because that's 5 more households worth of people I could potentially bring in. Not counting, I don't know, like I'm not sure if like the kids count. So far we've only had 1 couple get married in our town. Not counting the player character, because we can force that. Oh yeah, we did have some baby chickens. And I've got the pigsty, but we don't have pigs yet. Because I don't think I've got food for them to really do much. Okay. So I'll need a bunch of planks. I need those for the buckets as well, so let's go ahead and start with that. Let's go up this way. We're pushing farther and farther and farther back. I also no longer have to run all the way to the other town to romance every single day either, which is nice. The big one is just run to town at the beginning of the season to grab the whatever quests or whatever they got, and then go back to drop them off when I'm done. And then otherwise it's runs to purchase stuff and trade stuff as needed. Which does open up my ability to do other things. But the reason I want to prioritize the house first is if I can get the house sorted out, that does give me the ability to then get more people assigned to more tasks. So it's more stuff I don't have to do. Okay. Because the more and more we free up our schedule on a lot of this, the more and more I can do stuff that directly picks up the rate we gets things done in town. Alright. And hopefully these trees, when we break them down, should give me enough lumber to make all the planks I need for the buckets and finish that house. We'll see, though. I probably won't pull the worker who's currently working on the sawmill off to do it. I'll probably work on one of the other tasks in the interim and let them just churn away at it. But then when they go to bed, we'll wrap it all up. Yeah, I'd stop there. I could maybe push one more house, but then I might get overburned and have to drop crap. Because let's check the journal. So the 3 we got is to make the 12 buckets, copper knives, and copper arrows, and all that. I'm going to plan for the copper and bronze arrows first, because I know I have the copper and bronze bars in bulk. I probably just need to unlock the arrows and make them. The only thing that might be a problem there is actually the feathers, because we did make like 1,000 stone arrows or something last season, or the season before that. So I just might be short on feathers, which is fine. We'll need to keep cutting trees, and those trees will ultimately become... We'll get a bunch of feathers out of those. Alright. One thing I also ought to do is you can build roads. At some point I should put some roads down. I remember that can be a little tricky to set up, though. You've got some salted meat. Alright, so let's see what it'll take to make our arrows. So we need copper and bronze arrows unlocked. So let's look in here. That's probably under the hunting stuff. Am I suddenly going to regret getting those? Oh, maybe it's under blacksmith. Well, there's the copper knife. How much money do I have? Not a whole lot for this. Yeah, so you want copper and bronze arrows. We'll do those first. So, smithy, copper arrow. And then smithy 2, bronze arrow. Okay, so we need to make 32 copper arrows and 44 bronze arrows. Actually, not sure what bench these will be on. Okay, let's go back over here. Weapons. Copper. Okay, 10 copper arrows, so I'll need to do 4 batches. And then we need bronze. Bronze arrows. And now need to be 5 batches. Okay, that'll satisfy the arrows. Now I can go to our journal. And I need 9 copper knives. So go to our smithy. Copper knife. Tools. That. And you need 9. So the pro-con here is I'm having to spend money to unlock these recipes to make these things to make money, which does hurt kind of. But at the same time, then I have the recipe in the future, so if I'm just like, oh, I just need some money, I got some copper and some sticks laying around, well, let me make a bunch of copper knives. Okay. Sorry about that. And that'll be those 2 things done for the town already. The interesting one will be when I've got people that can have a dedicated blacksmith. And then just have them producing bronze tools and all that. Alright, so journal. And last we've got the bucket. So even though I'm sure our inventory is pretty full of knives and arrows at the moment, we can go over here. Because they'll probably wrap up in not too long, if I'm not mistaken. A bit longer. Probably by the time I do another lap out here to go grab more wood and back, the sawhorse person should be wrapping up. And with that, I can go and I can make a bunch of those into planks, finish building the house, and then get this done. With the buckets, I mean. And then with that sorted, that'll be already our winter priorities done, so we can just work on town stuff or money making or whatever. It's also good because that means we're on the point now of being able to simply make better arrows. So I can start going out of my way to make the bronze arrows. So when it comes to fighting more dangerous animals like the bison or wisent or whatever. Really? Apparently got whacked by that tree. It took a bunch of damage. All right. It does make me wonder, when we have, like, proper iron axes and all that, how potentially aggressively I might be able to just knock through a whole forested area. Because even just the bronze axes, I'm flying through this pretty quick. 4 hits to knock down a tree. 2 more to take the tree and, make it into logs. Where did the other half of the tree go? Yes, it's just gone. And also at some point I need to go and hunt. We also started making better food. We're no longer eating just dried meat. I managed to grow a couple hundred beets and all that. So I can sit there and use those beets and make soup. Beet and meat soup. I also am bringing in mushrooms for like a mushroom and meat soup. But at the moment I don't have enough bowls. Alright, so let's get back over there, drop off our logs. Observe the utter lack of forest. Granted, the orchard in the middle of town looks kind of nice. We also talked about that what I'm probably going to need to do in the not-so-distant term is find somewhere around town to put down another field and probably predominantly make it flax. So that we can make like clothing and all that. I could see making it a big field that's flax and maybe a separate field that's a split of like, I think it's wheat and barley that you make the animal feed out of. So like two new large fields just to serve that purpose. We'll keep the general like it does everything field, but having a dedicated field for clothing and a dedicated field for animal feed. Because it'll probably also be good, because the farmers end up standing around a lot because they get their job done and then they just don't have more to work on. Which isn't that big a deal, but with our limited resources, we can't really afford to have a bunch of people standing around. I need them doing something to help out. We've got an exclamation mark marked down there. It's probably another quest I'm forgetting. Alright, how are we doing in time? Still only 4. I know by 7 they're done for the day. Let's see if you're ready to make more soup. I have 10 bowls. No, I don't. We can go over here. I don't actually have that much of the meat laying around. Yeah, so looking at, I got a decent amount of beetroot. Meat we're pretty sure on. I got lots of eggs. We got some soup. So I think the reality here is I need to be bullying some animals for a little bit here. I've been preferring to hunt these deer over here because the deer give me good supplies. Oh, 1 second. I'm gonna need to go make myself a knife. Let's go make ourselves an extra copper knife real fast. That way I can butcher them and not have to just replace the knife immediately. Tools. Yeah, so the current trend I think we've got going on is first day of the season. I just realized I hadn't finished building you. I totally forgot we had upgraded this at the end of the season and I didn't have the supplies to finish it. Worry about that in a minute. Alright, so I've got you set. And worry about all the plank stuff when we're done there. Year 2 in winter for the Naked Winter achievement. Yeah, I think the Naked Winter achievement is basically just rush through the winter as fast as possible with no clothes on and just hugging a torch.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Or drinking, I think it's like a potion of temperature or something like that. I'm doing pretty good. We are just getting some more meat for the town. And bounced off its face. Did a bunch of damage, but... There we go, bleeding hit. All right. Okay. Hey, could you get off me? I'm just trying to butcher your family here. All right. I think he heard me. Yep. And it gave me the space. Yeah, no, their fur has like this weird, almost like vortexy look. Yeah, I shot too far ahead of it. Oh, you stinker. I went to lead it and just it veered. Bring the head back up. Okay. Just getting all that leather we want. Yep, too slow. Okay, surprisingly we're not reaching the point of overburned at all. Okay. So I'll have all of the meat handle as well as plenty of leather. Okay, there you just died over there. I think there's one more deer. Yeah, way down there. So apparently with our increased carry weight we've gotten up to, I could deplete an entire area of all of its deer and be totally fine. Okay. This is also getting me much needed hunting XP because we've just not been doing much hunting. Go dip in the water real fast. Deal with our thirst and our stink. And there's one last deer in the entire area that I saw. Guessing it's up there again. Oh, nope, it is glitching around up there. Yeah, I've actually not been good about using the traps at all. Which I probably should fix, because you can just kind of set and forget them. Alright. Now we've killed all the deer here. Cool, so let's get home. We can drop all of that meat off so we can make more soup. We've got the leather. We can turn the logs into planks to finish the 2 buildings and the buckets. That'll give us everything we need to run back to town to drop everything off and bring in 2 new citizens. So that should be a really, really productive in-game day. I don't know yet what I'm assigning them to. We can use more people for extraction. I don't really need survivalists or diplomats right now. I honestly probably am not far from needing another farmer. No, actually I could use another farmer because we got the pigsty, and while there's no pigs yet, you know, I'm very soon going to change that. Alright, so we can go down here. There's the 105 meat. I meant to queue up as much soup as we can make, because I know we don't have very many bowls. So I'm gonna make some more soup. Putting those veggies and all that to use. And all of this is giving me XP in production and hunting and all these different things. Which makes it so I can make stuff go faster and give it more XP and other bonuses. It would be neat if the XP mattered more. Like, if people remember Ultima Online or games like that, where you would level up your, whatever, your cooking. And at low level cooking, you could only do certain recipes, but at higher level cooking, you could do others. So, it would be nice if it wasn't purely based on, like, the technology level and all that. That to get better at cooking, you needed to cook kind of thing. Or you could just defer it to a worker who could then do it on your behalf. Because a lot of the leveling is just, you get more XP. You do it slightly faster. Slightly reduced durability thing. Which is fine, those are not bad bonuses. But they're also not super satisfying bonuses. Alright, so you're out of wood bowls. Oh, here, actually. Let me grab one of those soups for me. You are all over the board. Let's see, maybe adding quality to things can be good as well. Yeah, you get the idea that you could make soups that are worth more. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and grab the soup. I don't know why the soups are all differently stacked, but it's whatever. Okay, so we've got that. Let's go over to the supply building and drop off the stuff here real quick. Because the deer skull can go here. The fur can go there. The 48 leather can go there. And it looks like we got all that dropped off. So now I need to go here, and we don't want to do all of them. I've been trying to always keep, like, 5 planks in stock, or 5 logs in stock at all times, just because otherwise other processes will just stop happening. We'll get our planks, finish our 2 buildings, get our 12 buckets, turn those all in. Then we might do a pass in the mine to make sure we're keeping our bronze supply up. Well, sorry, when we go to town to drop off the quest, we're going to grab 2 new people. And get them in town and get them assigned to whatever. Probably queue up another house to start construction. Go into the mine, do all that stuff, because that'll also give me the stone for the building and all that. Which this should be good. This should give me 92 planks, which would be more than enough for probably what we've got here. And if not a whole extra house, but a pretty good long ways towards one. But yeah, so I think farmer and extraction are probably what we're looking for. When you start to get close to going overburdened, I'll stop, build this roof over here, and all that, and then come back over here, so we don't have to juggle inventory. Yeah, so let's say 23. There you are. And honestly, pretty soon I'll probably need more buckets just for my own town. Because they use that to carry the water to the houses, which is one of the things the houses need. Alright, house is done. Now I've got the sewing hut. Pretty soon I'm also going to need to unlock a better hammer. Okay, if I walk up to you and tell you I want buckets, I'll be able to make 3. Okay, so I need more planks. I figured I was, but it's worth checking. Alright, so we got our buildings that we had queued up. Those are done. Let's get the buckets made. And then we can queue up another house to be built. And that will be one I could just let the sawmill person work on that for a while. I could just dump a bunch of stones into it. It's fine. Let's actually just go for the 15 planks. It'll give me 30. That'll probably be good for right now. Save some of those logs for actually building the next building. Now, our people do level up over time, so they are getting a bit better as time goes on, that they'll be able to produce crops faster, they'll be able to do a lot of these things faster. We also realized that the diplomacy stat can also make it so our people produce faster as well. I haven't gotten many levels in that because you usually only get that for social interactions and trade, and I've just not been doing all that much. There we go. I need to start decorating this place just so it's easier to identify my way around, because all the buildings are pretty samey. We can make 18? That's fine. I'll make all 18 because I'll put 6 into storage. That way, you know, we can have a bit more buckets to go around between the houses. I might pick up the pigs. I'm a little worried about doing that only because I'm not making the feed myself yet. I'm hoping we'll do that soon. But the hope is the pigs being able to give us a bunch of manure will help. I also don't know what the pigs eat in this game. It could very well that they could eat just about anything, and that would be fine. There's an actual thing called animal feed as a product that I don't know if that's strictly required or not. But I think we'll have like a dedicated animal feed field and then a dedicated flax field so that we can keep our tailors working year-round. Because if I can do that, that'd be a massive income source. Because stuff like buckets make money, but it's not much. Alright, so drop off 6 buckets, then we're on our way to town. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, and I've got 12 of those. And not carrying any other junk that I don't need to be carrying. Alright, so now I just run over to town. And get all that going. I'm pretty hopeful that the first trees I planted, those cherry trees, I'm hopeful that this starting year, that they will start actually producing output as well. Another added bonus is even if we don't get the animals, you know, like, sorted out, if we are producing a bunch of extra crop on our orchards that doesn't get eaten, it becomes rot, and you can turn rot into fertilizer as well. And so that still gives me a source of fertilizer to keep my farm going. All right. Yeah, so you should be able to bump the town up to 14 people. It won't be too much longer before we can unlock services. And a big service I'd be looking forward to is there's the builder service. Because not only do they build stuff, but they also repair buildings, which I've just not been doing, which is eventually going to be a problem. But it basically just lets me assign something, be like, build that, and just kind of walk away from it. And they'll gradually get the resources and make that happen. I don't have to micromanage it or anything. All right.
How do you do?
Here are your buckets. Good, good. Now let me cross it off my bucket list. Right, well that's ironic. Take care.
Good luck.
Don't go back to bed. We're not done. Get back
How
up.
do you do?
See if these knife meet your expectations. Teamwork makes the dream work. I hate it. Let me take a look. Now that's a craft I approve of. Here's your well-deserved payment. And if you meet this comment yourself, please let me know. Sure, I'll keep my eyes open. Don't go back to bed. Don't stop it. Stop. Get back up here. Here are the arrows. Thank you very much. If only I could train my archery skills with one of those irresponsible people as my target. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Glad I could help.
Goodbye.
Okay, we're done talking to you. Alright, just like that, we've knocked out all of the season's missions. So let's go see if we can't get ourselves 2 new people. The only downside of the Wisent and the wooden wheel thing is that I can't make the wooden wheel for a while. What are my other quests? So we've got medieval marketing. I need to talk to you, so we'll do that. The Curious Boy, which requires a wheat roll and dried meat and water. The wheat roll's the only one I can't do, and then stay vigilant, which I guess something will happen sooner or later. Alright, what's your deal? Small talk, what are you good at? You're a fine craftswoman who knows how to cook. Perfect. You're hired. Sounds like what I was looking for, with pleasure. Good, see you there. Alright. What are you good at? Alright, so you're a farmer. Welcome. Alright, management. So we got our 2 new people. Who are 21 and 30. Not the best pairing. Let's actually see about this. I wish there was a really easy way to see who's with who, so we could shuffle houses. Like it'd be nice if I could see who's in which place. Right, Irma. So our wife is only sad because she just joined, and we're in a crappy house. I probably should make the next house ours. So you are good at crafting. So I've got choices with her. One is I could make her the sewing person, I could make her the smithy, or I could have her work in the kitchen. Like, all of these are not bad choices. So the kitchen, we should have a steady amount of stuff coming in, but the smithy, we should also have a steady amount. The sewing is not going to be reliable yet. I'm leaning towards the smithy. It's really a 50-50 on the kitchen or the smithy. I'm going to go with the kitchen. Alright, so we'll need to assign stuff on the kitchen here in a minute. You can which? Like right now I'm just trying to quickly... You can, I was just saying to easily compare. Give me a moment. I just want to get them assigned and then I'm gonna fix it. And you are our new farmer. So you are going to have the wonderful, glorious job of working in the pigsty. Alright, so now we're going to quickly go here. I need to go to animal husbandry, pigsty, crafting, edit assignments, manure, accept assignments. And I would like you to maximize manure production. The next thing we need to do is go to the kitchen, edit assignments, edit assignments. We have both of our soups. And then roasted fish and roasted meat. Accept assignment. So I'm going to go ahead and do, is I'm going to mark these as 20% of the time. They're bottlenecked by the bulls. And mark these like 10%. That's fine, I'll bump you up to 30. Basically prioritizing soup, because as I start to get more bowls and all that made, that should solve itself. So now let's go and try and figure out the housing. So we've got our houses. 28 and 29. We're the teenagers. Okay, so here's one household that's still a problem. He's 27, she's 16. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Alright, so let's... Oh, is it both? Yeah, so in both cases, it's a much older guy and all that. I'm not gonna be able to just magic that fixed. Alright. So, I think the next thing we're gonna work on, in addition to what I already said, is I do think we need to build ourselves a better house. Because the wife is not too pleased with having the crappiest house in town. Which is an understandable thing. Like, you are the one single-handedly building the entire village and all that, and yet you got the worst digs in the whole place. Oh, right, I should talk to this guy. Like, we've got a crappy thatch house, and everyone else has got these nice stone insulated homes. Ours is like a glorified shed. And theirs are like full-on houses. The wife in this particular case has some very legitimate grievances. So let's talk to you, get whatever your quest is. Since I'm in the neighborhood. How's business doing? Not as good as I would expected. Maybe it isn't such a brilliant idea after all. Maybe I should stop having new ideas. Don't lose your spirit. The idea didn't work, but who knows? Maybe next time it'll be a great success. Do you think so? I'm sure of it. Thank you very much for believing me. We all need someone to believe in us. Oh. That's just it? Sure. Okay. I guess my quest was telling him I believe in him. And then that's just that. It's just done. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. I mean, you know, kudos to being a supportive friend or whatever. I was just expecting it to be a little bit more involved in that. Alright. Bunny keep faking me out. Just wiping out all the wildlife we see on the way by. Because all of this becomes food and all of that becomes money. Plus I have multiple copper spears. And I really don't need multiple copper spears. So we can slowly use them to get them, you know, used up or whatever. Alright. Okay, so next house is going to be ours, and it's going to not be a crappy thatch house. Is what I'm gathering. Because our wife in this town is the least happy person in the entire town, which is not what you hope for. That's usually a pretty strong negative indicator. Alright, so. There a tree stump over here that I'm missing? Aha, there is. There we go. All right. And I definitely need to get to the point that we're no longer using wood mallets to build everything. So I need... Not looking to build that right now, but I'd like to get the frame in place. Because if I get the frame in place, then I can put all the stone in there. And I'll get most of the building done. One thing I'm going to end up needing to do as well that I've been continuously putting off. Let's check our extraction building again. Like the actual just extraction building. So what is your split up marked as? I mean, that's probably all fine. Genuinely crank you way down. And crank you up. Yes, let's get one inventory of logs so I can put the frame in on our house. And I can put all the stone in there. And then with that, we can hit up the cave, get more ore. Because I'll probably have to make a bunch of bronze stuff to sell for our taxes in spring. Oh, right. I didn't buy pigs. I got someone working a pigsty with no pigs in it. We're going to have to correct that. I have to figure out where we can buy pigs. I also need to have money to buy pigs, and I believe at the moment... Whoa, wait. 3,000? Oh, that must have been the contract for the arrows, maybe. One of those contracts we did paid out real well, is all I'm saying. Because I was sitting there going, man, we only got like 100 money to us. This is gonna be a bad time. Some contract we did paid out huge. I wasn't even paying attention to the reward. It was just like, look, man, I need the rep, so give me what compensation you see is fair. Yeah, so what we'll do is I'll get the frame set up on this real quick. And I'm not sure which town we would find the pigs in. I know there were the donkeys and the chickens to the town to the south. There's a really good chance the pigs could be at the town we were just at. I don't know. We may end up having to run between a town or two to find them. But then we get a pair of pigs, they can start breeding and giving us a supply of manure, and then the manure becomes fertilizer, and that lets us farm, and you get the idea. I mean, we could use a second person doing the wood cutting. I do think when we have our kid and we can make them an apprentice, I'm probably going to make them an apprentice at the woodcutter, because that's the one I feel really could use the most support out of any of them. I'm a little worried once people start having a bunch of kids, because it is a thing that once your family has a kid, like, the person having the kid won't work for a while, because the idea is they're taking care of the child and all that. So that you temporarily lose a worker. That's why you keep growing. Because the more you grow your village, and the more spare people you have being able to support what your village needs, the better you are, because you can kind of weather, you know, people needing to be working or not, depending on the life situation and whatnot. Alright. I'm honestly surprised I haven't gained our level in extraction recently. Yeah, so maybe I'll put the next fields right behind where I've got the pigsty and the chickens. So I've got our orchard, we've got that field. Actually, no, you could probably put our field here. Like, the same size as the one there, just like move it up the hill a little. So have the fields next to each other. Probably be good. Alright. Now we want to use this for building out the frame of our house. And then hopefully it'll be enough into daytime. We can quickly run over and see about getting ourselves a pair of pigs. It also frees up enough money that we could potentially add a lot more patterns to be made at different places. I also have a lot of stone we need to use for something. Now, I could certainly use it for building stone buildings, but I need to come up with something that burns a lot of stone. to at least up value the stone. So if I'm gonna lug literal stone across the map to trade, I'm hopefully getting, you know, the most I can out of said stone I'm lugging across the map. All right. Because we are going to keep pulling more and more and more stone out of the mine down there every time we go for the tin and copper and all that. We actually get a pretty good amount of stone. I'm sure we could also build like stone walls and all that too. Which might not be another bad plan. Okay. And we're all out of planks. Okay, cool. So let's deal with our food real fast. Got a couple of these we can eat. Drop off the feathers I missed. So let's see here. Handcrafting wise, I've got a bunch of stuff here. I wonder if there's something I can craft that strictly uses stone to make something of use. Even if it's not particularly great. Stone weapons. Throwing stones. That's not really what I'm looking for. Decorations. Campfires, miscellaneous. Buildings. We have platforms. Alright. Trying to for the life of me remember how this works. So I've got road we're putting along here. Okay. But it cut right through between the farms. Yeah, we can have this go right down here. And hook down there. And I don't think roads do anything of any importance. But you know. It's something to make the place have a little bit more character, add more pathing and all that. Cool. So you can turn around and put like a little fence in front of that. We'll worry about all that kind of stuff later. I was hoping there was like walls. Oh wait, fences? Ah, there we go. Okay, so I don't have enough technology to unlock it, but yeah, that'll be a stone sink. That's what I was looking as being like, I need a stone sink of some kind, because the stone is just piling up. I imagine building a fortification around your entire place made out of stone probably sinks a pretty obnoxious amount of stone. In the meantime, let's grab some food, and let's see if I can't find some pigs. Okay, I'll grab a couple of those too. Basically grabbing the stuff I think will last the least long. Wait, where's the food? Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. Alright, so let's try over here, because we're looking for pigs. So we'll try this town, see if we see pigs. If we see pigs, we buy pigs. If we don't see pigs, we'll go to the town that we turn in all of our like regular quest kind of things. And if we see pigs there, we buy the pigs. If we still don't see the pigs, then we venture on to the next town. You get the way this is going. We're going to go ahead and just do a grand tour until we find pigs. Do I have a spare bow or is that my only bow? That's my only bow. Okay. So pretty soon I'm going to need to get a new bow happening. Once I get the pig sorted, I will probably take a moment to clear a spot to start like being like, hey, put another field here. And we might queue up that field for whatever the heck it is I need to feed the pigs once I've established that. And the chickens and all that. Not seeing any tools or arrows at it. We still need to hunt and kill a Wyzant. It's just not been a priority because the wood wheel is still locked tech-wise. So I haven't been super focused on that because if I can't finish the quest, I don't need to worry about it. Alright. There is fast travel of sorts in this game. You can get on these wagons sitting in front of the place. But they charge you a lot. It's like 250 a trip or something like that. So it is not a little expense. Hello, what all animals do we got over here? I got sheep. That looks like it's goats. Just make sure there's not other animals mixed in there. We got goats. We've got like a whole like vineyard thing going on up here.
Maybe we should train sheep to catch fish.
This looks like a place you would keep pigs. Try running over this way and checking real fast. I think that's it. There's no more town over there. Alright, so unless it's on that little island in the middle there, this looks like a bust. It may not be a little expensive, but it's a little expensive. I mean, that's fine. We actually have a lot of money right now. Which surprised me, because it's like, oh yeah, I probably don't have much money to work with here. And then I turned around and it was like, suddenly I'm like seeing, you know, thousands of dollars in my pocket. I'm like, what? I mean, some of those contracts is using bronze and rather expensive materials. Okay. So no luck on the pig front. So I can cut across here to there. Is there any wild animals I gotta be really careful of? There are wolves in the middle there. Yeah, there's wolves here and here. So I'll probably want to go a little bit on the north side as we're cutting across here, so we're not encountering a bunch of wolves. Just casually swimming in the snowfall, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's okay, we've got winter garb, so it's fine. You're gonna turn the wisn't into a wasn't. Yeah, one of the other animals that's interesting that I'm probably not gonna mess with for a little bit is a moose. Moose are another pretty terrifying animal to run into in this game. Alright, if we start cutting over there now, we should circumvent the worst of the wolves. Hi. Speaking of moose... Well, those are more wolves up there. Let's not piss them off if we can. Yeah, so we're pretty close to wolf territory on pretty much all sides. This should be relatively safe to cut through here. I just need to not go too far off the path. And I feel pretty comfortable taking down a wolf or two now. We still don't have armor, but we do actually have a bow with arrows and all that. And I've been able to get to shoot it enough that I'm pretty comfortable with it now. Oh, you have the marker in town. I thought the marker was still on my town. Alright, so we're gonna run up here and we are looking for pigs. So these are all just fields, that's not what we want. Smaller fields. And that looks like the kind of place you'd keep a pig. Oh, wasn't it that when we went up here, we were being sent to deliver stuff for her to repair her pigsty? That's a pretty good tell that there's pigs up there. Any animals we know that I really got to avoid on the way up there? There's some boars there. There's a wisent there. Otherwise, as long as we avoid the boars, we should be fine. The wisent I'll probably pick a fight with. In fact, let's get ready for the potential wisent fight. I should have some bronze arrows. Basically, these are my best arrows. Okay. So yeah, so if we get up here, there's a pretty good chance they've got the pigsty. We can buy our 2 pigs, get back down to our town, make sure everything's all settled and the pigs are all good. And then from there we go into the cave, start pulling up more ore. And that'll probably wrap up the winter. Meanwhile, we've got our sawmill person just chopping trees. And then the next bit of good news is the next in-game season, a lot of those trees should come back. At which point I won't try and keep like spreading out farther and farther. I'll probably just knock down the trees in the immediately surrounding area. Oh, that's just a deer. That's fine. Okay, so the wisent is right over here. Don't mind me dropping a cheeky quick save for no reason whatsoever. And our boar area. Ah, the boar's like right on top of the wisent. Alright, so let's go back in here to the road till we're close to the wisent. We're gonna try and pick at it from the road. I don't have that many good arrows, so I prefer using them on the thing I actually want to kill. That one right there? Or is that a rock on the hill? It did nothing. Give my stamina a chance to recover. Yep. Alright. I did notice there's not like a load button from the quick save. I am gonna load from the quick save though, and the reason I'm gonna do that is just so I don't have to run that whole distance. That's the reason we're reloading. Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, alright, well we'll go out to the Wisent, and it's like, oh, that's a different one. Because I scored a good like 5 or 6 hits on the other one, and I see this one running at me with full health. I'm like, oh, that's bad. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be trying to hunt them in the middle of the night when I can't really make them out very well. Yeah, for the record, death in this game is not particularly penalizing. If you're playing on the other map, it just reloads you right back to where you were. For this one, it just kicks you back to your town. So I don't care about the wasted arrows or whatever. That's not why we reloaded. I just don't want to have to hike half across the map all over again. Yeah, those bronze arrows did not do as much damage as I was hoping. Granted, I'm still using a regular old bow. I think I'm breaking their pathing by getting on that bridge. Okay, the downside is I'm about to break my bow. I got like one more arrow out of it, and then the bow's done. Okay. Cool, we got his attention. What I'm trying to do is draw it away from the others. Oh, you're dying. You're bleeding out. So we could just wait on that one. That was not a good throw. Ow. I thought it was no longer behind me. I just didn't want to leave all of my arrows everywhere. All right, we'll leave them alone. I need to have my bow not be absolutely on its last limb. Because honestly, I have enough stone arrows and copper arrows and all that. If my bow wasn't like 2-3 shots from falling apart, I'd be able to sit there and just pick at them from a distance. Because it seems like they are having weird pathing issues getting to that bridge. But yeah, I have to keep like going into that inspect mode just to see in the dark. That's fine. We can deal with that. There's Wisens much closer to home. Because I want to get into the cycle of doing this. I also don't need to do this right now because I still can't make the wood wheel. Yeah, because I got 6 bronze arrows, something like 12 or so copper arrows, and now like 30 like stone arrows. The problem is I've only got about enough bow to fire maybe 10 arrows before it's done. The shame is literally I could have just left it alone. We had the one bleeding. It's just, I was looking at all of those arrows and spears and all that laying on the ground and be like, but I don't want to leave those. Those are my arrows. Alright, we'll just move on. We also need a better bow. Because as you can see, those things, even the one that I tagged like a good 5 times or so, was still taking a long time to go down. If I got a much better bow, it'd have a lot more damage put into those hits. It'd also be good to get armor so it's not just like 1, 2, 3 shots and you're done. Like so far as getting hit by the things. We can actually take a little bit of abuse so you can get into a little bit of melee if you have to. Get ourselves like a proper bronze axe, not the wood chopping axe, but like a war axe. Or a mace or something. On the plus side, this is the town you're looking for. I don't know if you could still buy the animals at night, but they did make the comment that we brought materials to repair the pigsty. That's an orchard. Alright. So male pig, female pig. Yep. And it's saying I need firewood and animal feed. Unfortunately, I'm willing to bet I cannot buy... Alright, so what we're probably going to need to do is get to town halfway between us. To buy more animal feed. But we have finally acquired the, 1 second, I'm just gonna snooze that one more time. We have finally acquired the pigs. And next I just need to get them feed. And apparently they need firewood for themselves. Or at least some of my people need firewood. But that's fine. We got our animals that we needed. So that's the important thing. That'll be a source of manure, which is a source of fertilizer, which is a source for making my farms more productive. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot that there's the river here, so I was all confused why I was like, wait, I didn't go to the Wizen territory. Alright. Stop, take a sip of water. Okay. Yeah, honestly, while the wolves are really agile, they're probably one of the easier things for us to fight so far as actually dangerous animals. It'd probably be like the wolves and the boars are probably the least dangerous of the dangerous animals. Then it's probably the Wizened. And then I believe the moose and the bear are kind of like on the top of the pile. Where it's just, they can take a lot of damage. And they can dish pretty good damage too, so they're just real risky to get near. Okay, and honestly, if we just cut straight to town, we'll be better off, because then I won't be cutting through the boar territory. Because even the weakest of the dangerous animals are really capable of murdering you really fast. That'll be probably one of our goals in this incoming year that we're going into, is get the bronze armor. Because then fighting stuff like the wolves get really, really way easier to deal with. Even getting murdered by a fox. Yeah, that was, I was already low in health and the fox started attacking me. I was like, what? So it caught me by surprise. It only took it like 3 hits to finish me off. I was already so low on life. Was because I was freezing to death, I think? That we were just, not freezing to death, like we had lost a bunch of health to being cold. We lost health to something. Time is it you're all standing out in the dark? Unfortunately, they're not going to trade me at this ungodly hour. Um... Oh, the reason there's probably no food. It probably has nothing to do with my supplies. I'm willing to bet the reason there's no food is the person hasn't worked yet. We bought them in the middle of the night. And the worker won't be there till the morning. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and put our mark here on our little town down there. And if I have to run up and buy food, we have to run up and buy food. I'm kind of looking at it as a situation I could stand around and wait for the next 10 minutes while it becomes the next day and all that. Or I could run down here and maybe it's all fine. If not, I'd run back up and deal with it. Otherwise, we plan on starting to try and get the ore out of the mine. And getting our house finished. Because now that I've got pigs, they'll just breed. And if I end up realizing I need even more pigs than I already have, I just build another pigsty, move some of the pigs from one pigsty to the other, and then let them breed more. We also want to go ahead and get a field set up for making animal feed. Okay, let's take a quick look at management. Okay, so you're out of the wood. That's the problem there, is our woodcutter is out of wood. This seems like something that is their own doing to themselves. I might actually need a second woodcutter soon. You have no logs. You're killing me, man. 106 sticks on you. Alright, well, we gotta go get some logs so we can make some firewood.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yep, no, I got you, Luxray. I did the last news. I'm waiting till the ad break itself starts. And I'm gonna step downstairs, basically giving Toom as much time to get home, because I don't know if she's home yet already. Or not. We'll get that all sorted. Not a fan of stump clearing. If you remove the stumps, the trees don't grow back, ever. So you want to leave the stumps. Like, if they're in the middle of your town where you're trying to build, you clear them. But otherwise, you leave the stumps. Or you'll literally have less wood in your future. So it's strategically a bad idea to remove stumps that you don't need to. You can certainly have it where it's like, you don't like where a tree is and get rid of it. That makes sense. My point being more is just, you don't want to go around clearing all the stumps in the surrounding area, so suddenly you have this big empty void around your place that you can no longer get wood, so you have to hike that much farther to get wood. Which is probably not as big a deal if you're running, say, like, the unlimited carry, because then you can just go out, bring, like, 3-4 axes with you, and just go until your axes break and you're just good. But I still have the weight restrictions turned on. Plus, there's something about looking at, like, the dystopian wasteland of just hills and hills and hills of tree stumps where very clearly once upon a time there was a forest. Alright, with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time where I'm going to be taking about a 5-minute break real fast to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, and all that. It is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. Like I said, it's about 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And then thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, so it is 5 below now. and then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. BP cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. And since there's two sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, We've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Destroy it all. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna like move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. Perhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Don't hit. That's not good. All right, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me. And they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Really going, you know what? That's going to be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Euro power.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor engine that kills off.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for these. That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in theirs,
Can I
like
get hit with
headbanging.
that sweet multi?
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that. We both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I want. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want? Are you? You do what you? Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
know what? Why not?
the cure back there with gunpoint. And you want to
Yeah,
survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
Oh, it wouldn't be
You're
the first
crazy.
time I'd had that said. Any of that. You should have seen what was left of my ex.
I'm about to go. Up, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after Alright, sorry about that taking nearly as long as it did. I took the calculated risk of trying to start food that I couldn't kind of leave unattended. Because we need to do some grocery shopping, which is another reason why I'm not planning on having a stream tomorrow. Is we just got errands we gotta get done. And then it was just one of those things that Tomb's garage, or sorry, Tomb's like little opener thing hasn't been working. Not for the garage, for the community has a gate it has no reason to have. But it started not working yesterday. And so she had problems getting into the neighborhood and all that. But should be all sorted now. But that's all stuff I can fix properly tomorrow while I have the day off. How long does it take trees to regrow? About 2 in-game years is what I've been told. I haven't played the game in a long while, so I am expecting not this next in-game day, but the in-game day after that, we should have our first tree start regrowing. But that was the reason why when people ask us, like, why aren't you removing the stumps earlier? They will not regrow if you remove the stumps. You have permanently removed the tree. No, it doesn't make sense in real life for that to work that way. It is just mechanically how it works in game. Some of these games require you to remove the stumps. Some of the games require you to not remove the stumps. It is what it is. The game at least has a couple places where it tells you, like, hey, trees that you remove the stumps don't regrow. But it's kind of one of those things that they show you in passing that it's real easy to just forget about. But you can wipe out a lot of forest in 2 years. Considering this whole open space now you see, all of that was all forest. And if you have any questions about that, just notice all the tree stumps for as far as the eye can see. All of that up there was forest. All of this was forest. All that down there was forest. It takes a lot of forest to build a town. Now, if we were trying to have it go much slower, it wouldn't be nearly as a big a deal. If I'm like building only 1 or 2 houses per season, or sorry, 1 or 2 buildings per season or whatever, then it wouldn't be nearly as much. But we grow fast. Takes a lot of time to make a forest too. The Lorax is Sag. Yeah, well, I mean, I got weapons for the Lorax. Now you have plenty of area to grow farmland. Yeah, I am thinking we'll put a farmland, like another field here. With a focus on potentially having like animal feed and that kind of stuff. I did notice weirdly that they don't seem to be needing firewood anymore. I'm still gonna make like 10 firewood real fast because they were complaining about that. So let's make 10 things of firewood. That's not at all how you make firewood. But okay. Okay, and it makes 4 each. And then we're gonna make some planks for that roof. And hopefully, when everyone wakes up, we'll see that animal feed icon in the top corner go away. Otherwise, I gotta run back to town and buy some animal feed. Which is one of the reasons I want an extra field, is I want to make a field dedicated to producing animal feed and potentially a field dedicated to making flax for, making clothing. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get ourselves a bunch of planks made while we're sitting here anyways. Because we need to move out of the house that in-game me and the wife have, because it's the worst house in the entire neighborhood. And it's not good that the wife in-game is the least happy person in her town because we're in a crappy house and my character doesn't have a happiness rating. Everyone else is rocking proper stone housing with insulation and decorations, and we're in just this little thatch house. Alright, so let's drop off the firewood in here. Well, actually, we could drop all the stuff in here. So we can build from the storage. So let's see here. Still have a decent amount of money, so there's the feathers. There's the firewood. There's the logs. There's the planks. There's the sticks. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of planks to build these houses. Okay. So while we wait for everyone to get to wake up time to see if I gotta do a town run, let's pop in here. Get the ore. So we can keep the bronze and all that coming. All right. Because this is one of those things that, like, if I don't keep up with it, it's really easy to suddenly find yourself in a situation where you run out of ore, you've depleted the ore in the nearby mine, and you're just not getting any more. You gotta wait till next season. So then do you go, like, to the next town over to find an ore mine, and then lug all that crap the whole way home? One inventory at a time? Or do you just do without, which is usually the answer, is just go, okay, well, I just don't get to do more of this right now. Yeah, we know once we see the person working on the saw that the workday has started. Alright, so there's the copper. There's the salt. There's the stone. There's the tin. Let's go grab her.
Hello?
It's fine. You get in an argument or something? Like, sleeping outside on a rock in the snow? Not gonna tell you how to live your life, but I feel like you're doing it wrong. Grab some dried meat, because we're hungry. Bro's taking a snow nap? I guess. Just laying out there on the snow. It's just like, okay. Alright, what time is it? Alright, well, it's still 5 a.m. in game. Okay. I'm honestly surprised we haven't gained much in the way of levels today. Like, for the stream. I know it's only been, like, 2-3 hours. I've been working at it, but... I don't think we're at the point that the levels are going to be that slow. The one we need to get sorted out is the farming. There we go. Well, actually, that wasn't a level, but it's still the town upgrade, and that's good enough for me. Don't overburn me. Yeah, barely snuck it under. Cool, so that's the upgraded woodshed. And my assumption is the upgraded woodshed will get me a higher production rate. It might have the added bonus on top of that of working faster. Sorry, that's the same thing. Of having a second worker on it. Which, if that's the case, then not only would we have a higher production rate per whatever time, but, you know, get more yield in general. The downside is I don't really have a lot of people I can move around to get on there, so it'd more likely be we'd upgrade it, and then once this building's done, we would get the next one sorted. So that'll be a whole thing. So we're gonna kind of delay mining more, and we're gonna switch back over to trying to get the woodshed upgraded, because that's going to be very important to keeping things moving quicker. Alright, so if we go to extraction. Alright, so you require 6 planks and 8 logs. So before we go and try and replace that and it stops functioning, that's really not an expensive building. Let's go and grab some wood real fast. You know, because I can grab like 10, 20 logs, run down there, set it to upgrade, build it up real fast, and that should put it right back into working order real quick. Basically, minimize the downtime, since that woodshed is one of my major bottlenecks for building new buildings, is getting those planks. From 200 meters away, deforesting, yup. That'll be the interesting one, is when we have the trees grow back next season. It's only going to be a small subsection of the land that the trees are going to come back. So it'll be fun to kind of see what we've got in that regard. Crystal Rapids. It'd also be kind of interesting. It's not a mechanic of the game as far as I'm aware. It would be interesting if where the animals live would vary based on your behavior. The territory of your village looks like a nuclear apocalypse wasteland. Yeah, it's just... there's the forest all around in the distance and everything is gone. Again, it's not an unrealistic depiction. Like, even, you know, colonial times, medieval times, all of that. That building, you know, the log cabins, thatch houses, all that type of stuff. You do just end up going through so much lumber. There's a reason why almost every single game that you build up colonies in, like, this entire vague time frame, you usually just decimate the nearby woods. All right. And not much longer until I have to replace the axe. At least the bronze axe, even using it heavily, it does take like the better part of a season and a half to actually break it unless you're just really sending it. I also wonder if you get a group of 4 people and they're just trying to like full send build your buildings out of wood, like how obnoxiously fast you could just knock down the entire forest all around you. And that'll be it. Yep, so it's still saying animal feed needed, so I think we gotta run to town and get the animal feed. So get this sorted real fast, run out, get the animal feed, because I'm willing to bet if the pigs don't get fed in long enough, they just straight up die. It feels like the type of game they would do that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'm getting more warnings that are being like, hey, couldn't make another thing in the crafting bench. The honestly, those warnings up there about like the recipes not having enough resources, that feels like a pretty useless warning to me, just because it's not like you're going to not queue up things because you don't have a surplus. So it ends up being this kind of weird situation where you're like, okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna have them make the pottery whether or not I got spare clay.
Enjoy.
I will. I love you. And thank you, Kelly, for the 10 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Hope you've enjoying those last 10 streams with and all that good stuff without missing a single one. Means a lot. Alright, so let's go here and upgrade you, which makes you immediately stop working on it. So they won't work on it, we still can. So let's go this way. And make all these planks, get this thing built, and get our house done. Run, get the animal feed. And then I'll try and get that that new field queued up. At which point we'll probably start getting to the point of needing multiple farmers and multiple people in the barn, you know, threshing the wheat to get like the reed part and the seeds out and all that kind of stuff. That's the one challenge though, is just the fact that the same thing you use as seeds is also what you use for your production on a lot of those things. Makes it a little tricky for some of them. Because you can accidentally overuse and then not have a surplus. At the same time, you want to make sure the recipes are queued up. It'll just take a little bit of a trick. Realistically, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll have it so there's the crafting and all that going on where it's pretty conservative to make sure we have spare seeds. And then periodically I'll just jump in and be like, alright, I'm making a bunch of bread or something. To, you know, knock down the surplus. I feel like that's more likely what ends up becoming what your role is in the town towards the end, is you just say, I want a building there, they take care of it, and then you just kind of go in and be like, alright, we're getting way too much ore, let me run over here and, you know, use that ore for something. Okay, we're getting a little bit too much stone, let me use that stone for something. Alright, so Woodshed 2 is built. Let's make sure it did reassign automatically. It did not. So you do extraction. Let's get you assigned to the woodshed. Cool. It did keep all the assignments for the building so far as it's split from the looks of it. It did. Right, and you have nothing you do during the winter. Night Owl does. Let's see if we can't... Oh, right, you don't have wood vials. It's not going to matter. Actually, do you have wood vials? Do we have wood vials queued up? We're going to have to check a few things. So let's see. So we got the woodshed too. We'll definitely want to get some of these decorations and all that kind of stuff going later. The mine is coming up next. Oh, mine is literally twice as much there. So what I was going to say... So next we get the donkeys, and then goose. So we don't get the stable until 2000. Yeah, so I've got tons of stuff to go before we get more progress there. That's fine. We've got the fishing hut, it's not really doing a whole lot. I could get the longbow going. So it's gonna be mostly this one. So I was going to say is, where's the herbalist? Oh, that's survival, isn't it? So two things I want to get is, one, we can get some potions going. Which has some interesting considerations here. What's the difference between these two? Oh, it's bolts versus arrows, that makes sense. Alright. We have how much money? Let's grab the poison and the healing to start with, so you have something to do. Then we need to go to the workshop and get wooden vials. Let's go to our management. Let's go to our workshop. Let's see. Crafting recipes, edit crafting recipes. Wooden vials and torches. Let's remove simple torches off the list now. Except... Yeah, so you take logs, you take sticks. You take planks. You also take sticks. Let's take the small wicker basket off there. And bump these up. And we got one last thing is I need to go to the herbalist's assignments. That's going to be basically just your winter assignments. That you will make all the potions. And accept assignments. That way we at least are doing something with that place during the winter. Alright, so let's go ahead and try and get this roof finished. And then I gotta run and grab the feed for the pigs. And then again, this is for me to move into because I have the worst house in town. And the spouse in game is getting pretty upsetty spaghetti about it. Since we're the only one without a proper stone house, I'll have exactly enough planks. Because then we can build this, disassemble the existing crappy house. Alright, so with that, we need to go to management. You. Change you from simple house to actual house. Yep, move the household. And then real fast, just so I don't accidentally queue people up to go into it again later. Gotta watch very carefully where I'm hitting. Anything in chest? Nope. I've been keeping anything in the chest the whole time. Alright. And with that, we got another open space. And honestly, I could probably put another field in here, too. Make sure I don't have any junk to drop off. I probably do. Yep. And you. And you. Cool. Alright, so before it gets too late, let's take a sip of water real fast, run over to town, and see about getting that pig feed. And all that. We'll also want to queue up another house. Let's if I queue it up now, I'm going to start working on it, and I'll lose track of what I need to be doing. Alright. Yeah, so I got our firewood sorted. I have the whole thing that's telling me I have like entirely too many things not getting done because of lack of materials. There's gonna be a lot of that will get sorted out just by the stuff we've already got set up. And there's going to be a lot of that I'm going to need to intervene or simply not care. And we'll have to look into that. The other thing you got to check is the tools. We are going to want a blacksmith soon. Just that way it can be like, hey, make the occasional hoe, make the occasional shovel, make the occasional scythe, make the occasional axe. Like, let's keep our people getting their work done. Do I have food on me? No, it's fine. Okay. And we might also be able to check remotely, like, what recipes are missing supplies for to help inform what things I need to be investing in. Okay, they all seem to still just be getting to market.
Conversations about the weather, crops, animals, children, politics, work.
What are you talking about, lady?
How are you?
Alright, show me your wares. Animal feed. Yes. That's probably way more than I should be spending, but it is what it is.
Best goods in the realm. See you soon.
And let's see, management. Can we easily look at what things... That's interesting. Oh! That's the demand for town. I see. So I was trying to see... No resources. You've got durability on your equipment. And you only have flaxseed. But I know for a fact that there is seeds in other places.
How can I help you?
The wife has not had a kid yet. There is like in game, to be clear. There is one on the way in game, but you know, it just hasn't happened yet. So you grab some carrot seeds because I don't know if we have those. Let's grab some of these because I don't know if we have those. I know we have beetroot because we've gotten the beetroot back already. We have the flax seeds. I know that for a fact. I don't know about the oat grain. I don't know about the onion seeds. I don't know about the rye. I don't know about the wheat. I'm pretty sure we do.
Best goods in the good luck.
All right. Yeah, the kid is on the way. And also, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so we're gonna run home, and we're gonna chuck all this into the various storages to get it all working again. So we did burn a lot of wealth. Which is why what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get those extra fields laid out, and then we're gonna start just chiseling away at what's in the mine and see how far we can get before the season changes. Because that's how I've been able to boost my wealth very rapidly, is just we grab all that, or I make a big pile of tools, and then we sell the tools for a pretty good amount of money. So I'm gonna want to put down a location for where we're gonna build our next house. And we're going to go ahead and put down locations for those fields. I really look forward to having a builder as well, because then it can be I just put down the building and I don't really care the speed of which it happens. I can just work on stuff and occasionally just chuck resources in there and make it a not me problem. All right. Oh, you don't seem to have a shovel in here. That's okay. Actually, I'll need that shovel. There's some rye grain. There's some onion seed. There's some oat grain. There's some carrot seed. There's some cabbage seed. We can put the animal feed. What is the difference between seasons for mining? Oh, the seasons themselves don't affect mining. It's that the stuff in there doesn't refresh until the season change. Cool, so the animals are fed. Let's get our own food sorted real quick. So you want to mine what you can out of there so that you're not, like, running on as little as possible. Alright. So, next, we need to get our next house queued up. But first, I'm going to go ahead and mark that there should be a road right there. I think we will build houses along here. I was debating what I was going to do with this spot. Alright. And just placing the foundation. So when I go to do other work, I can spot it easy. Yep, so we'll wait till we have more supplies, because that's not an urgent build. Okay, and the reason... Oh, right. We need a shovel for the farmers? Wait, they don't need a shovel. It's fine. No, they've got... Let's check. What do you say you require for the farm? For the fields, well, farm shed. Yeah, you do not require... Yeah, you're good. They don't require a shovel. That's us double checking. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is move some tree stumps out of here. So that I can expand our farm. Nine by 9 sounds good to me. Then we can go to management, the field, field number 2. All right, so we know that I want a lot of flax for the tailoring. The other thing I need to check is what it takes to make animal feed. It doesn't really tell me there. So animal feed we make at the barn. So we can go to the barn, go to our recipes. I don't have the recipes. So it's oat grain, rye grain, and straw. So let's see if we go to our field when the schedules are for these. So oat we would grow during that. Okay. All right, this will actually work out all right. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to say this is oat. Cool. You change the plant. This is flax. Cool. And then for rye, we can grow that the other part of the year. And it gives me extra rye. It's a shame I can't do it where I go, like, from flax to cabbage to something else. There is sowing... Well, actually, we can. Ooh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, so I can go from flax to rye. So flax to cabbage to rye in one area. And then the oat to rye in the rest. Okay, so that's fine. So then we go here. Yep. They have summer cabbage. So let's check here. So we've got... Yes, we do flax, then cabbage, then rye, and then oats rye. Alright. So that's the summer, and then we go here to change plant type, and we just do rye for the whole thing. Alright. And that is an obnoxiously large field that I'm going to expect my workers to get to freaking work. Where's my farmer? You, sweepy lady. What do you think you're doing? You've got some hose. There's a field. You know how this works. Alright, meanwhile... Let's go get the last of the ore we can out of here. All right. That's because we spent a lot of money on recipes, so I'm gonna need ore to make a bunch of stuff for selling. Now, one nice thing is if we make like a ton of rye bread, so I've got extra rye bread, I can sell that too. Right, I got myself confused by this last time. Yeah, that's out. Probably one more node worth of pickup. Now I gotta go back. Alright. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing a bunch of the forest come back. Just so I can cut it down again. It is going to make this place look wildly different for a little while, though. Where we have literally decimated all the woods all around. Having a bunch of the area right where the town is come back. Like, some of those, like, individual stumps I left inside the town. Those trees will come back. Okay. And we've got copper. Apparently I had some logs on me I forgot about. Got all that. Got all you. We're all good with the rest of that. And our pickaxe is pretty close to spent. Let's go ahead and make a new pickaxe. So tools, bronze, pickaxe. Cool. I kind of wish with the supplies up here as well on the far top left corner, instead of just generic like you're out of whatever, I do wish it would differentiate saying, hey, you're out of the tools for that, as opposed to you're out of the materials for that. Like, make those two separate categories. Because the tools is something that's like, oh, I should address that right away. With the materials, I can be like, yeah, it's winter. Of course I ran out of, you know, spare wheat. Like, they used it all. And so make it easier to spot at a glance what the situation is. All right. And probably just one more node. Okay. Yep, and the season's getting really close to done. The gauge in the middle there on the top, that's how far we are into season. It's 3 full in-game days is the default. You can turn it up, and a lot too. So if you wanted, you could make spring. I think it's something like 15 days or something like that's the cap. Whatever it is, it's high. It's real high. Like, you can build out the better part of your village in one season on those settings. The problem with that, though, is the trees, you know, take for absolutely ever to come back, so you end up just, you know, sprawling farther and farther and farther, because they're based on the number of in-game years, not anything else. There's copper, salt, stone, tin. I do wish this had an auto stack, so you go to like the resource place, you'd be like, yes. So kind of do one of these things where you go in here and be like, here's my favorite items, please don't stack those away. And then you could just go to the resource building, hit like Z or whatever, and it just plunks everything in there. Just for situations like this where I'm running back and forth and just dropping the same materials again and again. It's not a big deal, but it would certainly be a nice, like, quality of life thing. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the back of the cave. I think I can sneak one more node in. All right. All right. I should also look at what it takes to set up the torches in town. I don't know if it's still that way, but it used to be you'd set up the torches. Yeah, the last day you spawn at the bed at the start of the season? Yeah. Yeah, no, this is like literally the end of the second year, so we've done that before. The only reason I'm running back, though, is honestly, as close as we are, it'd be more of a hassle for me to try and like juggle the back and forth. To like juggle the items. I could definitely see if we're going to the iron mine in the next city over, that would be what I would juggle, because running back to my town is just not really a meaningful option. Versus I could just do the whole juggle down there, moving the stone forward and all that. Alright, Cam Corgi. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you're having a good one. Hope your workday goes good and all that. May it be as uneventful as possible. It's also good to see the rolls getting a workout. Doing some good stuff with YouTube editing. Nice.
Hello, husband.
Hey, her mood is much higher. How is our little kingdom doing? Our laborers require more tools.
Have a nice day.
Okay, so we are being warned that our laborers don't have the tools they need to succeed. I gotcha. Well, we're about to get a ton of bronze. Now we can try and identify what tools we're short on. I do appreciate that the wife manages to keep a very close eye on the status of the town. Where I'm like, hey man, what's going on? She's like, well, here's the exact lowdown of your problems going on, man. She's definitely got the ears on the ground kind of thing. I'm off gallivanting and all that. All right. Okay. Yeah, because what I could try doing is, as I get the money, unlocking all of the bronze tools, and then maybe try to have like 5 of each thing on hand. It'd be a lot of wealth kind of just being held up in supply, but at the same time, then it'd be a lot easier for me to circle back, see everything listed in bronze, and be like, oh man, that one's only down to 2. It's time to go and make more shovels. I could see it being the pickaxes. That's a very likely one. The axes are probably fine. I know I gave them like 5 bronze ones at one point. It could be the scythes. I've literally just used scythes we've looted along the way. I have such a sad village. Everywhere I walk around, they're just like, I don't want to be lonely anymore. It's like, I'm sorry? Like, there's lots of people here. And out of like the 14, 15, however many people here, there's only 2 couples. I'm sure you can find somebody. And if not, maybe lower your standards a little. You're in an incredibly rural town in the middle of absolutely nowhere medieval times, where unless you want to be eaten by a bear, you're probably not going to find other prospects. So you might have to adjust your expectations several pegs down to settle with what's currently available, or learn to be happy without. It all sounds terrible, actually. For the record, one should have standards. I'm mostly complaining about their complaining. All right. I believe that's the last of it. In Scouts, that's why what you call campsite, the only girl on the staff became attractive after 5 days of not seeing other girls. Oh, teenagers. That's all I gotta say is, oh, teenagers. Can you mine through the wall? So I don't know exactly how it works, and don't spoil it if you do. It says requires mine, and what it's talking about is if we look under our technology, I believe it's here. I have to get, no, it's extraction, which is here somewhere. Yeah, so I have to get to this level. Once I get to this level, oh, it says can be built to the cave entrance. Yeah, so it'll deepen the cave. Yeah, so once I hit here, I'll be able to get past. There's 2 walls I've seen, but it is gated behind the technology. That I gotta advance my place enough before I have the availability of it. So we can drop all this off, and we're going to start making all the bronze bars we can. And then we're going to have a look-see to try and figure out what tools that we have run out of. Like, you know, are they axes, shovels, pickaxe, scythes? What are we low in supply on? So I have a scythe there, so it's definitely not a scythe. Yeah, so let's see. So we've got a scythe, so that's fine. We got a bow, so that's not the problem. We do have a shovel, so the shovel's not it. I'm not seeing axes or pickaxes. Or hoes, for that matter. So it looks like axes, pickaxes, and hoes are the things that I don't see surplus in. So I don't know which one it's actually complaining about, because they could have their own storage in the buildings that is all good, but we can worry about that later. I was having a conversation with a quest person on my offline save when like the timer ran out for the season, and it was like, Rual Storge is preventing the change of season. I'm like, yeah, that's the power I have. That time does not get to continue in this world until I dang well say it is. I will literally stop all of time so that I can properly read this dialogue. You know, to heck with the animals and nature and everything else. Alright, so season changed. And we got another couple. New quest. Pay taxes. And the first trees have regrown. Oh no, when it comes to people complaining about being lonely, it's like your entire place. You just walk around, they're like, I'm so lonely. It's like, it'd be nice to have someone around. You're like, oh my god, please. Like, do we need to like open a local tavern and have like a speed dating thing in town or something? I mean, I feel like that should be unnecessary in a town of like 14 people. I feel like you are pretty well aware of the entire breadth of options. If not, I mean, congratulations on going full mole person, I guess. Which, you know, I approve of as fellow mole person. But, when you got a town of 12 and you don't know everybody in town, that's, it's pretty bad. You know, barring, like, if there's, you know, the person out in the, like, living out in the hill in their lodge who doesn't want anyone around. Fair enough to not know that one. How goes the procreation and repopulation? It's going well. Can I get a shout out for Dunkstar, by the way? Our fantastic content creator. But yeah, it's going well that we have a baby on the way. And there are, including the couple that, you know, protagonist and protagonist significant other, there are now 3 married couples in the town. Only one is having baby. But for those who don't know Dunkstar, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays quite a few similar games to us. I've been playing a bunch of Schedule 1 recently. But definitely someone worth checking out. A lot of good times over there. Also did like Inzoi and a whole bunch of good stuff. But yeah. Now the town's growing. We're up to, I believe, 14 people in town. Inclusive of protagonist. And just working through all that. We've got a warning that we're basically low on equipment. So trying to figure out what tools I need to replace. I think we established that we didn't see axes or pickaxes. So that's probably one thing. And I think we didn't have much in the way of hoes. So there's a good chance I need to sort that out as well. But we did just finish clearing out our mine during the last bit of winter, and now we're just trying to process all that into bronze for making our tools. Then we need to run over to town to see what, like, new things they need me to go. Let's see, you're average at best, but thank you for the marketing speak. Oh, come on. You're at least moderately above average. It's right there. It's fine. I'll drop a handful of bars on the floor. No, but genuinely good content over there. Copper bars, bronze bars, copper bars. Cool. So let's see here. Tools, bronze tools. Okay, so let's make 3 bronze pickaxes. Oh yeah. There's definitely a good community over there as well. It's one of those things though, like you start to find you share your community with a lot of other communities as well. So like, you know, I've got the people around me, and then, you know, Ultrasaurus has the people around them, and these two circles very heavily overlap. And then Dunkstar's the same thing, that, you know, you start to notice that there's a pretty heavy overlap there as well. So let's go to the axes next. That, just looking at them, there's just a lot of mutuals. But that's kind of the thing that I found in content creation is, it's like, you'll have these circles. You have like all your buddies who are like your simulation buddies, and you'll have like this big circle. And then you have like all your RimWorld buddies, and there'll be a big circle. And there'll be a big overlap of those circles. You have like your survival crafter, and there'll be a big circle. And so, you do have a unique audience in what overlapping circles you're all in. But there's just all these big groups that end up being full of mutuals and all that. Let's go ahead and make 2 bronze scythes. Basically, I'm making a ton of tools right now. Putting all that bronze to use. And the bronze shovels. And I'm pretty sure the reason I'm cut off from making more is I'm pretty sure we ran out of logs. Yeah. Alright. Making the village rich? Yup. We can join intersecting circles of success. Exactly. There's the bronze there. I apparently have a copper hammer I got at some point that I was unaware of. Alright, so we got you. Drop the scythes. Why do I feel like there was something else? We made axe. Right, it was the axes. Okay. So that should take care of a lot of the tools for now. So hopefully we'll see that all improve. And you're over here harvesting our... whatever that plant is. Ah, did you break the hose? That could be why you were complaining about tools. You may have broken the last of the hose. No, you didn't. You did break one, but there's still one left. Oh, right. There's the, like, Kingdoms Challenge, whatever garbage. I think it's an annual thing in the game. I have completely neglected it as a mechanic. We probably should check in on that. So let's go check to see what quests we got on the board. And then see what the Kingdoms, whatever garbage challenge thing is. And maybe we put a focus on trying to get that done this year. Because I'm willing to bet that gets us a lot of reputation or whatever the crap they call it. And that should help a lot. Everything looks so much nicer now that it's not winter. Do the tools make your villagers more productive? I believe so. I believe they make them more productive, and then I have to replace the tools less frequently because they're higher quality tools. So I believe it's a little A, a little B. Oh, no, actually, I know for a fact I have a spare bow, and I should have, like, we gave him like 1,000 arrows, so we should be good. Oh, I've got a regular old quest here. Been a while since I've seen one of those. Notice board. Some folks stole your shovel. I would like a new shovel. Fine. We need spears, so you need copper spears, copper axes, bows, and all that. That's gonna be pretty hard for me to do. And then the stones are easy. And the reason those ones are hard to do is because of the flax I need to make the thread.
Hail, friend.
Can I help you with something? Another mug god. Are some muggers prowling, Biostova? It seems so. If only I caught one of those thieves red-handed, I would... it's so embarrassing when I have nothing to pour drinks into. Because all the clay mugs keep vanishing into thin air in some inexplicable circumstances. Maybe I can bring you some new ones? No. I want to know where they disappear to. If I keep buying new ones over and over again, the tavern just loses more than profits. Maybe you need help? Discover who's responsible? Exactly what I need. Find the jerks. If I were the Constellion, I would organize a public execution for them. Cut off their fingers. Or better talk to my wife. I need to calm down a bit. I'll go talk to her. You had me at public execution. Oh, right, we gained a skill. Okay. So that gives me XP for doing sewing. We can have our hammers reduce durability slower. Honestly, I don't really care about most of these. I'm gonna keep going for the XP. Cool. But we're gonna go to journal, muggers. I have to figure out what the banner's for in a minute. Where are you at? There you are. Oh, you're like standing right here. I'm sorry about my husband. The situation really gets on his nerves. Maybe we should introduce some new rules. We can't force guests to bring their own mugs. Maybe they should leave one of their possessions at the bar and get it back only after returning their mugs. There's nothing to apologize. Actually, it might be quite a good idea. Sure. We'll come up with something. And thank you once again for agreeing to help us. We've got a lot on our plates. Plates to wash, for example. Fortunately, they don't disappear. But I'll do my best, not sure where to start though. If I were you, I would talk to some of our regulars. Super comes here almost every evening, but I didn't see him yesterday. Let's see. Maslaw often takes part in drinking contests, and Posnormir should definitely drink less. You can also ask, Rangandu, the kid is often noses around the tavern. Children tend to see things we don't. Alright. I hope at least one of them will be able to help. Cool. So now we go to talk to everyone in town. Do we? Okay. Where is this going on?
Oh, it's you again.
That's his greeting. I'm here in order of Your Majesty, King Philip. I, the Lazy. Oh, King Philip I the Lazy. He has a special task for his subjects. What does the king desire? The king asks for all his subjects to assist in the ongoing war. Oh no, I won't send my people to certain death. I need them here. I meant a different kind of assistance. We have a lot of new warriors whose equipment is not in the best condition. They need armor. Bronze would suffice. What a relief. I can help provide. Wonderful. I await your delivery. If you don't want to carry everything here, remember that you can leave it in your storage provided that you have one, and tell me about it, and I will have it collected. Alright, thank you. Okay. So basically, where I was saying I need to get bronze armor happening, I need to get bronze armor happening. You're a regular at the tavern guest, aren't you? Oh, me? Well, yes I am. Why do you ask? May I ask? So you probably know there's been a problem with the clay mugs? It was me. I took one. Oh, well, that was fast. Oh, I didn't want to steal it. I wanted to fix it. You see, the handle fell off, and I was too embarrassed to tell Rasawa about it, so I took it home. Problem is, I didn't manage to collect the key glue ingredient. Let me guess, honey? Honey, maybe you could bring me some? Sure, honey, wink. No. Sure, no problem. I don't even know where you find honeycomb. I mean, other than bees, but I don't know where we can find those. Meanwhile, let's go to the next person. Guys are running around and meeting everyone. Oh, you're outside. Alright. You gotta remember that we have taxes to pay. I don't have the money yet. But once our people do some logging and all that, we should get that sorted. And by the time we get a bunch of these quests knocked out, we should have some extra funds. Let's see, I heard you often partake in drinking competitions at the tavern? No, I take part, but I also win. I should congratulate you on your drink-holding abilities, then. Thank you very much. And why do you ask? Would you look at Biosto's drinking champion? Actually, we're looking for lost clay mugs. Clay mugs? Why would I know anything about any mugs? What are you implying? Why did you suddenly get so nervous? Me? Nervous? Not at all. Good then. Oh look, the quartermaster and Barlim. What, where? And you're telling me you're not nervous. Alright, alright. I may have taken one, but I won't give it back. Why? Because thanks to this mug, I won the last drinking competition. So you stole it just like that? I deserve it. I'm sure that thanks to it, I'll never lose. Took it as a reward. We can call him superstitious. We can tell him he won on his own merit. No matter how lucky the mug is, you should have discussed it, not just take it. I'm gonna go with the last one. Let's make a deal. We'll have a little drinking duel. If I win, I keep it, and you won't tell, Barlim. Are you mad I won't make deals with a thief? Do we have a kid yet? No, kid is still... So this thing where you have a kid, it takes 9 months. And we're still in the first season. Like we've been one season since it happened. No, I won't. You'll regret this. Talk to Barlim. Yep, so we're gotta go harass everybody. And do all this stuff. Needs more time in the slow cooker? Yep. You behind that little fence? I know who took your mug, but he won't give it back. Didn't want to give it back? Who? Marcel. He thinks it's a lucky clay mug, and he doesn't want to part with it. So he decided to steal it, just like that. I'll show him his lucky clay mug when I put a clay mug on his... And then smash it into pieces. And then... Why waste a good clay mug? You're right, drunkard. The quartermaster will learn of this. But first, I'll pay him a visit myself. Good luck, just try not to kill him. Oh, you just want helmets. That's even easier. Alright, so that's one. So need to talk to the next person. Yeah, if I can remember that, like, all four of them end up with mugs for different reasons. So, have you seen my... Oh, never mind. I remember now. Vaguely, but... You're welcome. How often do you experience such memory lapses? Well, yeah, after visiting the tavern... someone who knows how to party, you should be more careful with the booze, though. I don't even drink that much. I'm simply not a good drinker. Still. And there's nothing like beer after a hard day's work. The problem is that far too often, I wake up not in my bed, but outside my house, or on a palisade. I heard that sometimes at night, I even go to the market stall and try to sell my things. Is there any chance that sometimes you take some of the tavern clay mugs with you? I would say quite a high one. Hard to say, I don't remember much. Would you mind checking if you are, let's see, if there are any lying around near your house or stall? Not at all. So I got one there. And which house is yours? Can I see that? There's a second one. That clay mug was not marked as one of the ones we're looking for. Yeah, it's clearly his house. Imagine during the winter, it's way easier because there's another one. Imagine it's like way easier because everything is just snow covered. So we've got two more. Probably should check along the way between the two. It's a really good chance I've overlooked one. Not seeing any in there. Alright, one more. Because I found one back here. One on the other side there. Part of me is expecting to find one inside the stall itself. Yeah, because there's this house over there. Again, checking the surrounding area. 'Cause I don't really know the radius of here. They got like a circle marked. It's not super clear. There's really not much in the way of places they could hide it inside here. Let's see, where did you find this clay mug? In the bushes. In the bushes, someone must have lost it there. It's a mug from the tavern. If you give it to me... No, it's my rabbit princess. Let's see, last time I checked, rabbits looked a little bit different, not mentioning the princesses. That's because she's enchanted. One could envy your imagination, but that's the tavern's practice. Now give it back, no discussion. I see. I'm sure the rabbit princess would like to come back to her castle. How could you know what she wants? You haven't even talked to her. Telepathy. I know a thing or two about women, especially rabbit ones turned into clay mugs. Excuse me? Hey, Mixed Mandy, how's it going? Sure, we can telepathically talk to women who happen to be rabbits who happen to be clay mugs. Prove it. Talk to her. Your Majesty, don't you miss your family, all your brothers and sisters? I've never liked them. We both know you don't think so. I know you're living with the siblings may be difficult, but it's good to have them around. I see. So, now that we're probably happy that you're no longer there, have all the carrots themselves, I would come back just to annoy them. I'm gonna go with the second one. We're gonna go with, like, that. Maybe you're right, but please call me Your Majesty or Highness. We don't know each other that well yet. Of course, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. And don't forget about your parents, the King and Queen. They must be really worried and waiting with loads of carrot juice for you. Sure. But think about your parents, they must be worried. We're gonna go with the first one. The cup quest is silly fun, yep. I suppose. I do like carrots. Our castle is made out of carrots. Let's see, and you can come back to your dear friend here when he's old enough to marry you and become the king. But now you need to come back to the kingdom and learn how to become the queen. In the meantime, your beloved one will embark on a quest to learn how to lift your curse so you become back to your own body. Sure. But I'll miss her. You can visit her at the tavern. After much afterthought, the princess decided to reunite with her people. Great, I'll escort the princess to her castle. Alright, so I still have one more cup in this area somewhere. Trying to watch to see if it's like on one of the support beams here or something like that.
Why does the time run so slowly?
Is it up here anywhere, maybe? Nah, I feel like we're too far away now. I still have that feeling it's gonna be here somewhere. Because we found one on the right, one on the left, and I just keep expecting to find one elsewhere in all this. Like, I keep expecting to find it in one of the things. I am burning an entire day on this. And not getting any of the other things I need to be working on done. And thank you, Jakala, for the 20 stream streak. Catch the last 20 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying your stream. Look on top of the posts, see if there's anything on top of the posts here that maybe I've overlooked. Nope. I also keep thinking here, because if he's wandering over here drunk, like blackout drunk, you could see him like going over and like laying down at a bench. Let's see if we zoom in on the circle. Okay. So it does seem like once I get past his booth and all that, the circle cuts off around here, which means it's probably not going to be out that far. Because we found two of the mugs over here at the booze. We found two of them nearby his house. It'd be kind of a weird thing for them to like really heavily mention that they're nearby his house and then being someplace completely different. And he did mention always being out in the yard. Nope, that's not one of the mugs that is in question. Oh yeah, he did mention the palisade. I went up to the stairs over here and I didn't see it. Or do you say at the palisade or outside?
I'm parched.
I'm gonna stop and grab a drink soon. Cool. So let me go get liquid before my character starts dying of dehydration. Yeah, so I went up there, I didn't check clearly enough. So that means we only have the one I think we haven't solved yet. Wrong side of your house. I found some of your clay mugs. I see, quite a lot. What happened? Probably Pons here kept losing them while drunk. That many? I'll never let him out of my tavern without a potion of sobriety. That might be a good idea. Okay, journal. The Rabbit Princess. I bring Her Majesty Rabbit Princess home. Let's see, we'll see about the first option, but here. I'm here because of the second. But some claim it's a Rabbit Princess. Sorry, I don't follow. I'm not sure I do either. Never mind. It's your clay mug. Okay, very much thank you. Right, and you want honeycomb. So we're not going to worry about that right now. Instead, I'm going to work on these other ones. All right. That's fine. So let's get home, because I burned an entire day running around looking. Oh, I realize the message is probably delayed, Luxray, but yeah, I found it. Worst case, I can buy the honeycomb, but that's not urgent. Yeah, so we can run home. We can get the limestone and clay happening by just banging on some rocks with the pickaxe. That should be relatively quick. The other things we can work on is the helmets. I just need to unlock them and all that. Did they give me money, by the way? No. Yeah, I think last time the way I did the honeycombs, I just went to the shopkeeper and just bought honeycomb. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to do this time, too. Because otherwise, I don't think you can get honeycomb until you get an apiary. Unless you can find beehives in the wild, which I haven't noticed, but maybe I'm just not looking for them well. But we should be able to do the stones one and use that to get us some money. And then potentially get some other stuff unlocked to get stuff going there. I do like the appearance of the cherry trees from a distance. And you've got some fields planted. Good for you. You also harvested something. Just make sure I don't have anything in my inventory I need to ditch. Oh, you've been giving me alcohol. Ah. You gave me money with extra steps. I understand. In the meantime, what was I gonna grab? Right. We can grab the food. Which is a little worrisome that I'm still watching that food go down. My hope being that stuff will get sorted out soon enough. If not, we just go on another rampage of killing all the local wildlife and it'll be fine. All right, in the meantime, I need some limestone. If we can get enough limestone, then we can get this knocked out real fast. Okay, so we got the limestone I need. We just want to drop off a bunch of this extra stone because it's heavy. The bronze helmets, I've got to unlock the recipe, which is going to cost me money I don't have. But that'll be a good one to unlock because then I can make myself a bronze helmet. And slowly get ourselves better equipped. It's about done, so we'll just let it burn out. Okay, so we could drop 35 stone in here. Cool, so I've got enough of that. So that'll take care of that quest. To pay the taxes, we just do that. We need a bronze shovel, and we need the big bags. And we need copper, spears, bows, and all that. These are going to pay a lot of money. This one's going to pay 2,000 something money. So we're going to need to get the linen thread. I don't think I've got flax laying around right now. But we'll check. Okay, so I do not have flax stock at the moment. That's fine. So what we can do here is... It's going to be much too early if we head over there right now. So that's going to be leather and all that. Let's try going over here, see if I can't make a bronze shovel real fast. So we can get the shovel part of this sorted. So tools, bronze, shovel. Takes care of that. And then the bag requires linen. So we're going to need 10 linen for that. And we can go to this. Oh, that's not the right thing. Okay, we prevented that. You're gonna make copper spears and axes and all sorts of stuff. If we go to make the spears, you also require linen thread. So we'll need 13 linen thread. You can focus on that for right now. Is there anything else I want to drop off in the meantime? No, probably not. Alright, so let's start heading over there. I'm going to need to get 13 linen thread with whatever combination I need to make that happen. We can turn in this quest. This is going to be a little tricky to make happen monetarily. Let's check. Well, never mind. I got a bunch of alcohol on me. We can just sell the alcohol. And that should give us the money to buy the thread. To then come back, build the bows, the copper spears, the bags and all that kind of stuff. Because that'll be good to get the thing for the crown. Because I don't know what our reward is. I assume it's a bunch of the, not renown, dynasty reputation or whatever. As well as some cash and all that. In the meantime, the people in our town are working and getting the farm sorted, to keeping the pigs fed, all that kind of stuff, which will be good. The hope is as we get that field with all the flax going, that I'll be able to not have to buy these materials. But it does me no good until that harvest is done. And then pretty soon I should have enough extra grain. We can start making stuff like bread and all that. Hey, Dancel, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Were you playing some Factorio today or something else? If I can get a shout out for Damsel, by the way. But I do appreciate that raid and all that kind of stuff going in. But what were we playing today? According to Twitch, it was Factorio. Victory again. You won? Nice. Congrats on getting your victory. But yeah, so definitely go check them out if you're looking for like Factorio, that kind of thing. You can find it over there.
Oh, it's you again.
Will these stones do?
See you soon.
All right, so they gave us a little bit of money. On accident, kind of. Okay. You kind of on accident won? Were you like tinkering and just sending the ship out and it succeeded? I'm curious how you accidentally win. That's pretty much it. Gotcha. Yeah, so you were just like testing. Also didn't realize that was the win condition. Ah, gotcha. You thought you had to go farther? Yeah. I can see that because you have like the cracked planet or whatever. And then immediately after winning, your ship exploded. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gotcha. So you sent it and it was kind of like beyond recovery and you just let it go. That's my first ship when I was going, so like right after you launch off the planet and then you go to whichever one of the R3, I went to Lava 1. My first ship was a one-way trip as well. It got there and then I got off the ship because I was riding on it. And when I'm like, I guess I live on the lava planet for a while. As back home, I had the automation building a new ship from scratch while I was doing all the stuff on the lava planet. Which made for a really fun challenge as I was trying to like remotely operate the entire first factory. And just hoping I had things managed so the biters wouldn't be a problem. Which ended up working out, but there was definitely like, well, I live here now. But yeah, no, that's cool. So then I guess the question is, are you going to keep pushing that farther so you can, like, get the ship to go out towards, like, the cracked planet more? Or are you going to be like, cool, I rolled credits, I'm going to do my next thing? And if so, like, if you know what that next thing is, you know, by all means, drop it. You want all the achievements, but not sure beyond that. Okay, so challenge, like, chasing all the achievements is a big one. Because, I forget the name of the new one. It was like the old achievement was there is no spoon. The speedrunner achievement. The new one, speed running that whole game is, I know I want to do it at some point on my own time, not necessarily on stream. That's gonna be a challenge. I understand it's not. Right, you're gonna do a new save for speedrun and do it with your Discord, you think? Yeah, no, that's definitely, like, you basically have no choice but to do a new save. I mean, or edit save files or something. I haven't looked at even that is thing. You never multiplayer, but you hate the speedrun personally, so yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. You're going to rally the troops and be like, alright, everyone, let's get in on this. I'll start hand mining while we get these first few buildings up. Like, you go get oil going, you go ramp up iron, you go ramp up copper. That's fair. That's actually not a bad idea. Even then, that's gonna be long. I can almost imagine, like, you staying back at, like, the main thing, and just working on building multiple of the ships, like, ship over a handful of people, drop them all volcanists, ship over a few people, drop them all on, grab whatever the crap it is, I'm blanking on its name. Send the next group of people, drop them on the other planet, and just kind of be like Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. That'll be, because that's the thing that would cut down the most of the time, is being able to do that asynchronously. Because normally if you're playing on your own, the catch is you gotta get there and set up the basic automation to then be able to like do it remotely. But if you got like 2, 3, 4, 5, however many people, you can just be like, go over there and deal with it. Like, that alleviates that whole thing. Would you all wake up so I could buy linen? Look at them. It's 7:42 in the morning. I got stuff to get done today. Mostly making stuff. I think it'd do a big long stream and knock it out if we had the people with the blueprints, but you don't know. I mean, if you got people who have all the blueprints ready and all that, that might be possible. I actually don't know what would be a reasonable speedrun time. I can't remember how long the achievement time is. But yeah, no, I think, like I said, I think the biggest thing you could do to cut down that time is like rush to getting a ship that can reach the next destination as fast as possible, which will just be like all hands on deck. But the moment you get those ships sent off to their separate locations, it's basically people just getting things up and running on those separate locations as fast as possible. Any percent right now is 6 hours, 51 minutes. Holy crap. Alright, you have a good one. And thank you again for that raid. And I should also say, welcome in. Well, again, thank you again for that raid. You have yourself a good time, and I do appreciate the raid. And also for everyone popping in here with that raid, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch, which has include games like Factorio, which I went super hard on that when the DLC dropped. What was I was buying linen. I was buying or flax or anything to make thread.
See you soon.
Which is this guy. But I'm Rual Storge to play a variety of games here on Twitch. I've done like a lot of Satisfactory and Factorio and all those in the past. That said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a pretty wide range of games. Right now, we're playing some Medieval Dynasty. Just been kind of checking that out. We got a bunch of other stuff coming up here, and not too long I'll be checking out. So I need 13 of this. I do not have remotely enough money for that. Okay.
Price is so low, you don't need to haggle. Goodbye.
So, consideration time. This one are willing to give me a big mountain of cash to deal with. So that's the one I want to worry about. So I only need 3 of your thread to do that. So let's go down here and grab 3 of the thread. I was realized I could just buy the wooden wheel from you. We're also looking for honeycomb. I forgot about that. And I am having a brain... Yeah, so 3 thread. Do you have the honeycomb? It's probably the other guy to my right who has the honeycomb.
Only the best products here. Goodbye.
How is life treating you?
Honeycomb.
Best good. Take care.
Alright, so that should give me the thread to get the big payout one. We can go and use the honeycomb to patch the clay mug to give it back to the bar. And at a minimum, they'll give me more booze to sell. I'm kind of hoping they just give me cash and cut out the middleman on it, but whatever. Did you bring the honey? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. The glue will need some time to dry. Can I ask you for another favor? I'm Captain Favor. Doing favors is my destiny. Alright. Could you take it back to Rual and Barham? I wouldn't want to face their anger, especially Barlam's. Better go to Rual. Sure, no problem. See you tomorrow. Okay. So, we don't do anything else with that. Let's get this. And let's run back home. So, I need to make copper spears. I'm pretty sure I don't have the money for those things. Do I have those technologies unlocked? Smithing, copper spear. 150, I do not have the cash for that. I'm 20 short. Do we have anything in our inventory that I could sell? The bronze shovel we have for the quest. Alright, so let's just run home for the time being. Can you get your own horse to ride? Yes, there is a horse. It's a later technology. Because you need the stable for it. And I do not have that. So what we need to do is we need to make the bows. We need to make the arrows and all that. Can I really not? Alright, we're going to sell that bronze shovel. And I'll just make another one. Because if I sell the bronze shovel, that should be enough I can unlock the copper spears. And then we can make the copper spears, all that. We'll make like 2,000 bucks. We can pay our taxes. And still have money to spare to make other things happen. The one downside with the bags is he is giving us a lot of money in grain, but he's also paying us in grain, which does kind of add a layer of I have to go deal with this now.
How do you do?
Alright. So we'll sell the bronze shovel.
My wares never disappoint. Goodbye.
Okay, so let's double check. Technology. We can go here to the smithy, the copper spear. And then the other one I need is the bow, which I believe is under hunter. And I've already got that. Okay, so we should be good to make all of the things listed right up here above me. You can get a lot of farming XP if you do the farming yourself. If visitors, or if your villagers do it, you get a lot less. Yeah, I'm aware. The big thing I'm running into right now is I have tons and tons and tons of quests that I have been just taking care of because that gets me the stuff to advance my town so far as like the whole renown thing, being able to build more buildings, all that. But yeah, you're not wrong. If I were to just facilitate the farming, that'd give me a lot of more XP. Because we got a lot of XP early on because I went and I tilled the fields myself and all that before we had actual farmers. It's probably a thing I'll deal with at some point. The good news is it's not really that far between my town and the other town. Like, you can actually cover the map relatively quickly. It is nice actually seeing some trees down around our town again. It's been nothing but deforestation as far as the eyes can see. But we have been in the game long enough that some of the trees are starting to grow back. Alright, so we'll be able to turn in the other quest tomorrow. We want to make the copper spears, the copper arrows, the copper axes we've got covered. No, we don't. We need one more copper axe. So tools, copper, axe. Weapons. Copper spear. Alright, so I'm going to need more logs. We'll deal with that in a minute. In the meantime, what we could do is go over here to our hunting place. Because I will need... Oh, you require 3 or require 2 thread per bow? I was not prepared for that. Okay. Oh, you're complaining about not having enough tools. Did you break your hoe? Yes, you did. Alright. I don't think we've unlocked the better hoe yet. No. Well, for right now, you're getting into our wood one. Just to keep you working. Okay, where are you at? Oh, it'll be near the bottom because they're alphabetical. Can you confirm with the game not have to worry about the whole kingdom side of things, i.e. taxes? I believe you do need to pay taxes or it can be a game over condition. Like, it's not one of those things that, you know, you don't just get slapped with a game over immediately or anything like that. It's not super aggressive. They actually let you go pretty horrifically in debt. So you can't turn off that mechanic? I mean, you might be able to set it to 0%. I haven't looked because without paying the taxes, there's no back pressure type mechanic. I feel like the game would just get stale. The taxes are really not much, though. Like, very genuinely, if I make 2 pieces of bronze equipment, that's probably enough to pay my taxes for a full year. So, like, the taxes are a pretty big nothing burger in all purposes. You can check? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm deliberately trying to not cut the trees directly inside town right now. Oh yeah, no, like to give you an idea, right now our taxes are at 1,600, which sounds like a lot, but when I sell like a piece of equipment, it's like 300, 400, 500 bucks. So that's gonna be like a couple of axes or something we sell that are like bronze level. So you can easily knock that out in like one in-game day in an entire year. I didn't realize there was a wolf there. Yeah, now you can turn it up and down. Yeah, so death isn't super punishing. It just means you come back without your full health. You get hungry and you're thirsty. So it's really not that big a deal. If you're playing on the other map, the solo-only map, it's got a little bit more involvement there. But it's just you basically have to reload where you left off. But you don't like drop your crap and have to collect it and all that stuff. I probably should have just stuck with the axe. Gonna need to make 4 of these. I can't make 4 of them. I don't have enough logs. Oh, and the spears also take linen thread? You suck. Alright, we just need to get a lot more linen thread. It's gonna be like 20 of that. We could do the copper arrows. Yeah, like once I get black, this wouldn't be nearly as much of a pain. But we're still working on our flax. So tools, well actually not copper, bronze. Is there any of these that don't require logs? You require sticks. Alright, we're gonna make a bunch of axes to sell. Where do you set up your town? I can show you. Let's see, flax is very nice. Get thread from raw materials and lots of seeds, which sell well as well. Yeah, no, I've got things set up to make flax. The problem we've been running into is not having enough fertilizer to keep the farm going. And then just basically waiting for it to harvest. Like, we should be in pretty good shape now with everything like that. It's just taking its time. Oh, I actually got materials for one more axe while we were waiting. Okay, so let's run back to town. How are we doing time-wise? Yeah. We'll run back to town. We're going to sell all but one of those bronze axes real fast. Use that to get us a bunch of money. And I'm going to need to get a bunch of linen thread, which is going to suck. We're gonna get a bunch of the linen thread. That way I can start working on making the bags and all the other things I need to make to keep stuff moving. We're still dealing with problems on the bottleneck of the woodcutter. So I really do need to get a house built so I get a second extraction person so I can get a second woodcutter. Because, you know, assuming that doubles the production of my woodcutter, that would be huge to improving all that. But I can't get more people until I get our house built, and I need more wood to get in our house built. The classic, the thing I need to solve my problem requires the thing that it solves. You know, it's a change health unlimited? Yes, you can. Like, if you don't like carry weight, you could turn it off. If you don't like, you know, dying at all in the game, you could turn that off too. You do have the ability to turn a lot of these things off. What are you?
It's you again.
It's telling me where I need to turn that in. Okay. Alright. Show me your wares. We can go here. Not the copper axes. Those are for the quest. The bronze axes. So give me a lot of money. Boom, $1,000. And you ran out of money, so that's actually what happened, is you couldn't afford to buy more of my axes. I was like, wait a second, I still have two.
Price is so low, you don't need to haggle. Have a nice day.
How is life treating you?
Alright, we can go to you. Same deal. Yeah, so those axes I just made, I literally got more than the entire taxes for the full year. Just in that one sale. Okay, and I know this is gonna suck. Linen thread. Just... It's deeply upsetting. Alright, so that takes care of that.
Wants to see my wares? Have a nice day.
We could take a dip in the water, get ourselves clean, take a little sippy sip. Okay, so with that, I should be able to finish this quest. And there's a good chance I'm going to have to do like this quest and the bag quest. And what I'm probably going to do once we finish those two quests is I'm likely going to need to pay the taxes and then buy the pattern for the bronze helmet and do all that stuff. I have like one hit left in this axe. You're not wrong. I can just chop down some of these trees along the way. I think it's gonna get one hit and break. Didn't matter, that one was blocked for being cut anyways. Alright, so broke my axe. That's fine. I'm not super worried. What's going to end up happening over time is, as I mentioned, we will get the woodcutters skilled up and having multiple of them. And they will hit a point that they'll produce enough wood that in the occasion that stuff's going on here, but it's like, it's fine, I can just take care of something else. I did notice my, it was saying I didn't have what I needed for more of the farm, and then that went away. I'm assuming the pig just made manure and got changed into fertilizer. So we can plant a bit more. Because that's the thing that's holding us back there, is just nowhere near enough fertilizer. Right. So what I need to do is run over here. And we need to make one more spear. One more thing of copper arrows. And then we need to go over here and make 3 bows, which I'm assuming I won't have enough logs for. Yeah, so 3 bows. And that'll be everything for that quest. Alright, let's go to our journal before we head back yet. Because you want 11 bags and a bronze shovel. Let's see, bronze shovel. You want to start playing this game again, but it takes way too much time. It's fun, but too much time. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those games you put a lot of time in. Alright, so we need to do the bag. That was the tailor, I believe. Miscellaneous. So you need linen fabric, that's fine. We get that by going here. And I need 11 bags, so we'll need 11 linen fabric. While that's happening, I'm going to quickly grab myself a replacement drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Oh yeah, no, I was talking with a few other people who, you know, I was playing after stream on my other save, and they're like, this game is dangerous. Where'd all my time go? Yup. Yup. It is a game you can just obliterate an evening. Alright, that gives me the 11 bags. So good news is this will give me my money back and then some. So that's definitely a plus here. You do enjoy the animations? Yeah. And I do have a setting where, like, we've only used the fast craft once so far this run. I think I needed to, like, roast or whatever. No, it's dry, like, a stack of 200 meat. And it was like, okay, this will take, like, 15 minutes. I'm like, no, it's not. No, we're not waiting 15 minutes. Like, I'll go just fast animation it. I do wish there was somewhere in between, like, instead of it does the whole stack in one loop, or individually do it, like, in sets of 5 or something. Just for, again, like, content creation things. When you sit there and you're like, no, we get to wait and watch the animation for 15 solid minutes. It's like, alright, hang on. That's not a thing you run into very often, though. It's usually a sign you just need to have a worker dedicated to using that resource at a higher amount. Okay, so that should be all the seasonal quests. Oh, we got some roast fish. I apparently have some stone on me which can get rid of. We can drop the thread. Fast animation was the community requested. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely fair. Because it's kind of one of those things that you genuinely can run into a situation where it's like, what am I doing? I'm waiting. How long? Like, I could see you getting that backlog of sticks. You're just like, I have too many sticks. I need to use them. And going to the bench and being like, make 100 baskets. And then the game telling you it's going to take you like 2 in real life hours. And you stare and go, to hell no with that. Alright, so we can drop this off, which should give us a really big payout and a bunch of grain. And we could use that really big payout to unlock the bronze helmet pattern and just focus on that for right now. Yeah, so we haven't had to rush any of these seasons too hard. We're rushing this one. The fact that I had to get all that thread kind of really hurt us. How many in-game days per season? The default is 3 in-game days per season, but you can change it. I believe you can make it anywhere from 1 in-game day per season to it's something like 15. And 15 is really, really a long season. I would not recommend it. Oh, 30 is the max? Oh my god, that's so long. Like, nothing, none of your crops would get grown or anything. The season would be just so long. It'd take you so long to get through a year. Oh, wait, you're right over here. Oh, there you are.
People wonder why living in Piastove is super. How can I help you?
Alright.
So long.
Cool. So we got the shovels done.
How can I help you? Have a good day.
What? I'm short a copper spear. I did not make enough copper spears. I'm short by 1. I was like, why can't I turn you in? All right. Is it this game you're definitely interested in, but so many games, so little time? You think streams are best for it? Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I do apologize for people at the beginning of the stream. I've been trying to give out the keys for Farm Sim that we got. Let me go ahead and do this, which is we're going to be giving out a key for Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC. So if you want those keys, you just need to do !join. The only requirement is 1, actually use the key. Don't don't put up on a market gray sale or something like that. One, you're gonna get like $1. And then two, if people do that a lot, then I might stop getting keys, and that's a big problem for me. But with that said, the only requirement you have to get a key is when we do the drawing, if your name is drawn, you just have to say something in chat. Like, you don't need to be followed, you don't need to be subscribed, you don't need any of those things. You just basically have to be like, yes, I want the game. And that's just because a lot of people, they will type !join and then be like, what am I doing? And I don't want to give them the key only to realize they didn't actually, you know, want the game. So you got the first time you did a giveaway? Very good game. Yep. Oh yeah, Farm Sim 20, or yeah, Farm Sim 25, for some reason I was second guessing the number. Definitely a game that I put plenty of hours in. So weapons, do this, copper spear. And then it also comes with the Nexat DLC. So you'll have 2 keys for it, one for the main game and then one for the separate DLC that gets added to it. And it's Steam keys and all that. But I'll do one now, and then we will do one about an hour before the end of stream. And then what I might do is how many more keys? I think I have a bunch more keys for it. I have 5 more keys for it. Sorry, Strider. Rules are rules. I'm gonna have the people respond. I know it sucks if you do get drawn and you've had to go to bed or whatever, but I don't want to make a bunch of exceptions. So it is a thing that we'll be drawing it here in like the next 10-15 minutes. So I know it's an annoying thing, but I don't want to sit there and have to like start keeping track of like, well, I got this person has an exception, that person has an exception, like all that kind of thing. So we'll say basically 15 minutes from now, we'll do the drawing. Yeah, so not trying to be a jerk, just, you know, we stated the rules. I want to keep the rules that you just have to respond. Because the other thing is to try and give it out to people who are here at the time to give away. What I'll do is, since we'll give away 2 keys, there'll be 3 more. Maybe the last 3 keys I go out of way and I just give away at the beginning of the stream, because I missed it yesterday giving one out at the beginning and the day before that. Or sorry, yesterday and today. There was not before the day before that. So maybe I'll go out of my way to give out the keys at the beginning of the streams, the next 2-3 streams, just so that the people at the beginning have a chance. Because that's what I usually do, is I usually have like 1 giveaway at the beginning, 1 at the middle, 1 towards the end. That way people have different schedules, have different ability to catch the different streams.
How are you?
I brought you the weapons. Good job. I'll make sure these get where they need to be. Alright, and with that, I need to pay my taxes.
How is life treating you?
Here are your taxes. Oh, that's why spring's my favorite time of year. Can't stand the bloody bugs, but the clinking of easy earned money. Come to Papa, you beautiful shiny coins.
Take care.
Alright, and now I need to unlock the bronze helmets. That'll be Smithy 2, probably. No, it's not, because that's iron, so Smithy 1. Bronze helmet is only 200, and I got 1,000. I didn't even look. What do I need to make you? Cool. It does not require thread, which means it's easy for me to make. It's just leather and bronze. That means it's probably also a really good source of money. How much is it worth? 790. Heck yeah. Even if I sell it at that discount where they cut it, where it's like half price, that's still 350 a helmet. Heck yeah. Alright, so I think the next task we're going to have on our agenda is getting that house built. So I can get 2 more people. At which point, what we're looking for those 2 more people is probably someone to work extraction and probably someone to work production. That would be kind of the ideal for right now. Because with extraction, I could increase the amount of wood we're getting, and with production, we could get a dedicated blacksmith. And with a dedicated blacksmith, I could queue up being like, hey, just start making all these bronze tools and the helmet and whatever. And that gives us a steady income. Now, the downside is it means I'm going to have to be the one working the mines. For some weird reason. Why did I end up with more copper spears? I gave you your 5 copper spears, and yet, oh, they're probably not in full repair. That's why you didn't count them. They're ones I used for fighting already. That is an entirely reasonable reason to not accept them. Alright. So food needs to happen. Because we're getting low. So you can process these. We're also going to need to go to our kitchen and unlock more recipes. Just because we are now at the point that I am starting to get a bunch of grains in from like these quests and all that. So you're going to want to get some of those grains becoming like flour and bread and other stuff. So that'll help a lot. So at the moment, we're going to go ahead and dry some meat real quick and get all that stuff going on. But then once we get all that topped off, like I said, I think we make another pass at the mine. That's honestly the way I've been spending either the second or the last day every season, is just going through the mine and clearing it out. And it's mostly to keep as much bronze coming in as we possibly can. Because that's been our main focus on making money. What I'll need to do is I'm willing to bet once we get like the extraction level 2 building, we'll probably get more options for ore coming out. Another thing that'll be nice is over time, a lot of our supplies, when it comes to like in the corner where we end up having it where it's saying like, hey, you don't have the materials for this, there is a good chance I'll be able to look at going, okay, what's one of these ones? Alright, they need wood vials. I run out, collect a bunch of logs or whatever, and I make a big old stack of wood vials, and it's a non-issue for a while. Just to keep production running. I've got them queued up to start making poison, with the intent of making poison arrows later. So that when I go to hunt some of the more dangerous animals like bears and all that, we'll be able to have like poison iron arrows to whack it with. Do as much damage as possible and hit it with the poison. Let's not go for all of that. We can go ahead and eat our share. So we're not hungry anymore. Can I... The door should be across in the drying rack. There we go. Alright, we need to grab torches. I used up my last torch. Oh, food goes in here. And I've got the giant mountain of wheat grain, because one of those quests, they don't pay you money. They pay you wheat grain. I'm just... Oh, I don't have the logs on me. It's telling me I need that. That's fine. Let's see, at that point when you're hunting a bear as chat, aren't you supposed to cheer for the bear? That is the kind of thing chat does, yeah. Okay, so we've got that sorted. We need a sip of water. Our pickaxe is fine for right now. Would you look at that with all the trees back? Oh, right, the torches, the torches. You don't believe it? You know you do. Let's see here. So I've got a handful of simple torches. We'll grab those. Surprised I don't see any actual torches. We also have some wicker baskets that we can sell. They're not worth very much. Do I want to take them off of making them? I'm sure we can find a better stick sink. So let's go to our management, go here, go to our workshop, crafting. So honestly, for the time being, let's remove the assignment for the wicker basket. And the reason for that is while it does use up sticks, which I have way more than I need of, it's just not one of those things we want to put our energy towards. Okay. Hey, Mark. How's it going? It barely counts as a fun. No problem, Vince. I'm glad the key worked out for you. And for the record, that's from yesterday's key giveaway. And as a reminder, we do have a key giveaway going for Farm Sim 25 and the Nexat DLC. The only requirements is you gotta do ! Join to join the giveaway. We do a drawing, and if your name is drawn, all you have to do is just respond in chat that you want it. Just let me know. And the only reason we do that is because people will do the join without realizing what they're joining, and then if I give them a key for a game they already own or don't want, that gets awkward. And then plus I want to reward people who are actually here, kind of thing. I'm honestly tempted to get rid of the carry weight for mining to reduce the back and forth so that we could just go in and mine. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Like, it's not that big a deal, but I don't, like, it's just back and forth kind of thing. It's one of those things that I see a lot of value in it for limiting. You can buy bigger bags. Yeah, sadly, I already have the biggest bag. You can't bear waiting for the key draw. Yeah, it's going to be 1 minute. 1 minute for the key draw. So if you're someone who's interested in getting a copy of Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC for it, you're going to do the ! Join. And we'll get that done here in just a second. Let me just drop this all in here. Our storage is starting to fill up. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I said it'd be about 15 after. That's going to happen any second now. So let me go ahead and do the drawing. So, the name we have drawn is Sentient Cookie. I don't know about that guy. So I'm assuming you want the key, Cookie. I'm going to go on a hunch here, and that you may in fact want the key. So give me 2 seconds, and I will DM that to you. So I do apologize if we get echo here for just a second. Just trying to pull up my own channel's chat real quick. And I will... And do all that stuff. You can Discord it? Yeah, that's fair. Direct message, sending cookie, and we will grab. So that key I've already used, and this key I've already used. So I can go boom. Strike that out since we grabbed it. And farming simulator 25. Boom. Next at DLC, grab that key. Copy, strike it out. And there you go. So I hope you enjoy it and all that stuff. Let me go ahead and get this out of the way. And that out of the way as well. Alright, so let me go ahead and unpin that. We will be giving out another key later on, but that'll be quite a bit later on. So let me just go ahead and delete that message right now and stop that. So about 1 hour before the end of stream, I'll do another key giveaway. And the reason I like to spread that out is just for, you know, people who they can only catch the end of the stream, only the beginning of the stream. I do try and do that. I had intended to, I mean, I do still intend to do drawings at the beginning of stream, but I did forget to do that both today and yesterday, which is on me. So what I will do is I think with the keys I've got left, I think I'm going to go out of my way to do some of them at the beginning of stream. We'll still have the one more key giveaway today. But I think after that I'll go out of my way to do like just a giveaway at the beginning of the stream for that kind of thing. Just to give people who catch the earlier part of the stream a chance. It does suck when I have a situation where I get only one key, because then it's like, alright, well there's just no making it fair to the different, you know, audience being in different locations. Oh, well, oops. Alright, so that's fine. Let's go back over here. Drop this off. Oh, there is a bigger bag? Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to buy it or whatever. Because the bag I have... Oh, no, you're right. I don't have the biggest bag. Right. There's one that gives 15. Yeah, I saw the one with 15. I just thought I already had it. Yeah, what I'll probably do is, not today, but for like the last giveaway, I'll just do the 2 extra DLC I've got and just put them together. Because genuinely no one wants the CR11. It's fine. Both her and her husband are, you know, I don't know if they're actually married. Both her and her roommate have separately been laying outside at different days. I'm just going to go on the assumption they're not getting along very well. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're on an ad break anyway, so I'm going to do that real quick, and we'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Do you have a pouch as well? No, I'll have to look at that. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. I'm pretty sure I just got Brutal Dane killed. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are. Alright, that is a real old clip there. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna get back to getting our tin, all that. Hunting birds without the investigation perk is a pain. Oh, because of how small they are? Yeah, pouch as well. Yeah, I don't think I got the pouch sorted out. We'll have to deal with that. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and make the 3 bronze helmets real fast. Then we'll get back. Best remote clip. It's a good clip. It's a shame it's so far back, so you can hear like where I didn't have the noise canceling set up properly and all that sort of stuff. So you hear the click, 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 click every single time I'm doing something. I also remember it was like a whole thing at the time that I was very self-conscious about the fact that the click was there. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing set up to not have the clicky clacks anymore. And there were people like, no, 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 we like the clicky clacks. And it was like, okay. It is a good clip. It is. Cool, cool. And thanks for the heads up, Cookie, that the codes worked. All right. So you give heat and cold protection of 6 and 1, whereas my winter garb gives... What? Oh, 11 and 5. So you drop that in there for right now. Because we'll save those for when we actually get cold. Let's drop this off over here. And then what we could do is, like I said, I'll need to put some effort into getting the next house built. As well as clearing out that mine. Because we get the house built, that means we get 2 more people living in my town, and that's 2 more people I can have working in my town, getting stuff done. I am thinking very much that we are going to want to get those people, 1 assigned to the woodcutter, and probably 1 assigned to the blacksmith. That should be good, pretty good. I am noticing, I believe we've hit the time that our stuff is going, right? Oh no, it's still pretty early morning. Okay. I was about to say, it's like, we're not getting any of the I don't have the materials warnings yet. Yeah, because they hadn't started their work shift, because it gets started at like 8 or something like that. Okay. Let's see, had a punched full stack of shells. When everyone is trying to get shells to fire mortars. Sometimes pawns really are the worst spot to punch something. Oh yeah. That was, what happened there with that anti-grain is probably the worst I ever had. Like, I had 1 or 2 that messed with anti-grains before, but it was never like everyone was nearby and it was still in our main storage. Usually I have them in their own dedicated place. Let's see, Shore rewarded me with the bronze medal for all that bronze. Oh, right, and we can talk to this guy. Let's see. Trey, what do you think? Good news, they won't even notice. Yeah, I don't think honey is going to really hold together a mug. I wonder your lost clay mugs. Well done. Oh, was it broken? Yeah, Celebor broke it last time. He wanted to fix it before bringing it back. He was too ashamed of himself to do it. Poor soul. Nice that he tried. I don't think it'll last long though, but still, thank you. It's the thought that counts. Alright, is that all of them? Yep. So I got more rep from that. You're still marked. Does that mean I can do more with you?
Hello.
How old is a king, actually? 28 years old. Thank you for telling me. Do you by any chance know what the king's opinion of me is? The king doesn't know much about you or your people. Thank you for telling me that. I wish to ask the king's permission to officially name my village. I think I'm worthy of having my own... Okay. Do you? The king barely knows you. You must gain the king's majesty trust first before you ask such a favor. In that case, I'll return later.
See you
With the
around.
king and his kingdom. Alright, so basically, I gotta do crap for the king to get the king to be, you know, giving any craps whatsoever about me. There. What's the king's alias? No idea. Oh, the Lazy. That's right. It was the Lazy. Yeah, so you have a pouch and a shield. How much money do I have? 900. I was gonna go and immediately start trying to... I'm gonna guess the Lazy is probably neutral. Would be my guess without knowing anything about it. Because the Lazy usually probably doesn't mean evil, because they're probably not gonna put the effort into eviling. And then at the same time, I certainly wouldn't call a lazy king good, because that implies they're not going to bother putting the effort into doing good stuff either. Ah. I'm not gonna chase him around. I don't want to put huge effort into it. I'm just trying to kill a couple as we go by. Get a little bit coming in. Yeah, okay, actually having like the one big, it's not oak, but it looks like oak tree. The one big maple tree, like just kind of looming over the town is kind of cool. You think greedy is evil? That checks out. Oh, right, they gave me rye beer to sell. I do kind of dislike that they're paying me in product that I have to do extra steps to get rid of. Maple doesn't make syrup? No, this is medieval times. I hadn't discovered maple syrup yet. They live a life of sadness and poverty. Alright, so I need to replace my broken axe. And my pickaxe. Alright, so put you here. And you here. Meanwhile, let's take a quick peek at the tools we've got here and see if there's any other tools we want to make sure we get in stock. So I've got 2 axes, 3 pickaxes, 2 scythes, a couple of sickles. I'm not seeing a hoe. We do have an extra shovel. I apparently have winter bracers. Okay. Alright. You bought this game a while ago with friends, mostly deforested the area. You think you're gonna play it again? It's good. Alright, so we'll do this. Bronze tools. We will go ahead and get the bronze hoe unlocked. So we're not using the wood ones anymore. For time being, we'll chuck the wooden shovel in there and ignore it. And the bronze hoe in there and ignore it. And I need a little food. I don't have food on me, right? Nope. Need just a little bit of food. Take a sip of water, and then it's back into the mines to keep the bronze flowing. Okay. It's good news we did get all like the temporary quests done. We also got the King's Challenge or whatever done. So we gotta keep building up our renown. How are we doing in that, by the way? Yeah, reputation is almost 4,000. I believe when it comes to these, yeah, it's building, yeah, it's our different XP. So survival is the one we're like lacking. Oh, farming is actually the one we're the farthest behind, whereas extraction we're doing extremely well. So I'm going to probably need to start doing some of the farming myself to catch that up. I've been so heavily focused on trying to get all this going. That's probably a big reason why I'm having to spend so much time on a lot of these things. Probably one more. Oh, that's not the way we wanted. I have... Oh, I see what happened. Yeah. Because I want to say is around this corner is one that appears right here. That's easy to overlook. Okay. Yeah, so we'll probably end up needing to do some of the farming ourselves, whether that's just putting down a field and like working on hoeing it, collecting the crop, whatever. Survival we could also probably do as well. Work on the fishing or whatever. Collecting mushrooms or something like that would also help with survival. I mean, I am sitting on a pretty large number of bronze. Alright, what can I contribute on the farm for the time being? That still requires sowing. All the rest of that is sown. And you require fertilizer. Okay. We got a bunch of manure. And we can make fertilizer ourselves. Don't ask me where I want to be buried. What are you plotting over there? Realistically, I probably need to make 2 more bags for the farm, because I'm willing to bet their bags are running out. Yeah, this will help a lot. That's a lot of fertilizer. They may want to end the werewolf. Oh yeah, where they're like, I'm actually, you know, the legendary wolf in human form or whatever. When our people are like, at first they didn't believe it, and then like, you know, they started reconsidering it. I'm like, don't do that. Don't make me question the intelligence of my own people. Ah, so you are out of bags. And for the bags, I need fabric. Okay. So we can go to our inventory and we will put the bag onto this slot. Okay. So we can go ahead and work our field for a little bit here. And try and get ourselves some level in the farming. Because that's one that seems to be kind of lagging behind. So get through as much of this as we can. Man, the bags wear out fast. I gotta keep that in mind. Luckily, if we get to the point where I'm actually growing enough flax, it becomes not an issue because then we can make the fabric. Which does mean at that point I would need a tailor. Which becomes yet another thing to be worked on. You can make the bag from leather as well. I thought it was fabric and leather, and then it was like the not as good bag I thought was leather. But we can, like, there's multiple bags. We can figure out which one that makes the most sense to make. Holy crap, we went through a lot of fertilizer. That's okay. As I get more pigs... Alright, so I'm out of fertilizer. Okay, let's go grab the other hoe. I'm going to try and get ahead of you because you're working on that. All right. Like crapping on it? Yeah, no, I got it. Sorry, I'm just focusing on trying to get this XP before this other person gets in, because I don't want to like unassign and reassign him and all that, because I'm very lazy. Okay. So now you're putting down the seeds, and I want her to deal with the seeds because I don't remember what I'm planting where. So you can have this bag for when yours breaks. Right, we didn't have enough fertilizer to replant these rows. You're growing oats and all that. Okay. Meanwhile, if we go to management, the fields, field 2, we are planting flax, I believe. Yeah. Let's go grab the bag and flax. How long does it take the orchard to go? Don't know. This is year 2. Inventory. Put you back on here. 6. Grab you. That's not the right one. Grab you. That did not get us very far. So let's go to management. Let's go to our field. Field 2. So we've got the flax planted there. And then the other one is whatever's on this side here, which is oat? That doesn't sound right. No, I guess it is, because it'd be oat, flax, and then on the other part of the year, it's wheat, from the looks of it. No, that's not right. Rye. So it's oat and rye. Which I don't have anymore. No, because I didn't have the seeds on me. The flax seeds. Oh, you might be right, actually. Then why did I have the flax seeds on me? Okay. That's weird. No, you're right. It's just weird that it had that decision for that when it didn't have it for a lot of other things. Huh? There we go. So just trying to get this as much as possible growing, because the more we grow, the more seeds I can get the next time, and I get the benefit of the harvest. So trying to do all that. Okay, so most of all that's planted. Right, let's go to the storage building for seeds as well. Yep, you're not wrong, because we got the beetroot in here. Let's grab those seeds. There's the rye grain. The wheat grain I'm fine to just leave there, because we need that for a lot of stuff. I have a lot of hops, so okay. Yes, they don't have much of the way of seeds we care about right here. They should pull that for the farm on their own. So what's probably going to happen is these hops, we're probably going to end up selling those. But that's 300-400 worth of hops, so that's not bad. But the point is we got a bunch of that going, so that's pretty good news. Let's drop off the bag to help out you here in a minute. Yeah, so I can drop the hoe and the bag for you. So we can keep working.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, I can get that posture check, all that here in just a second. Alright. I have entirely too much stone. So we get all the stone I can in place here. And then I might start walking around the perimeter and trying to put down stone wall. Because I've got 1,000 stone. And I gotta do something with it. Try to edit walls, you can change walls. All my walls are stone. You can change them to a better version. Walls. Yeah, there's just stone, wood, and all that. We already have stone set. Now, granted, I can get rid of windows and add windows. But yeah, they're already all set to stone. That's one of the things that we did right away at the beginning, was once I got like the first house down or whatever, I immediately went straight up to stone. Now, what you can do is with limestone, I can insulate the walls, which I'd love to do, but the only way to get limestone is through the extraction building, which is really, really slow. We do have that set. Or I have to mine just regular stone, and then I get some. But we're running into the problem that I just don't have something to sink all of this stone into. And this time I remember I have this copper hammer in my inventory. We can start putting the planks up there as well. But once again, it starved for wood. Meanwhile, insulate a few of these walls since we haven't done it for a long time. Okay. We can drink some water. I might need just like one more bite of food. We could honestly just go to sleep. Because I'm not going to get anything else done really in this in-game night that I really feel like putting a way out of. And we have yet to sleep at any point in this entire game. So let's go to sleep. Sleep next season. Oh, there we go. You have to demolish the wall, then you can build a better one in its place. It's a little roundabout way of working, but at least you don't have to take the whole house down. Yeah. Alright, we got another... Oh! We've had an heir. According to the achievement. Gender, I don't care. The gender is... girl. Ah, your daughter's name. Why would you give me all these choices? Why would you give me all these choices? Just literally give her the same name as her mom. Sure. Alice. I don't know. Your child's name is Alice. I debated Olga.
Hello.
Let's see, I always wanted to become a mother, but I have to tell you, I never thought through love would be. Making one as lovely. I'm so happy we are truly blessed. Romance. Okay. How's our little kingdom doing? There's not enough crafting resources in the village.
See you soon.
Is that rain? Oh, we're getting apples. And pears. That's right, person assigned to farming. You get to do none of this. And cherries. Okay, we got the donkey shelter. And you're too small to give any produce yet. Because those are a later addition. And plums. Okay, and nothing on the hops. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Alright, so 91 apples, 249 cherries, 107 pears, 87 plums, let's see, the technology, if we go to the farming, so we got the donkeys, then there's the goose house, then there's a bigger storage, then there's a bigger barn, then there's a stable, then there's a fold, then there's a cowshed, then there's the apiary, then there's a bigger storage, then there's a bigger barn, then there's a windmill. Cool. So that's fine. We got a lot of XP out of that. Alright, so let's see in the kitchen here. What we can potentially unlock. So that's oat grain, rye grain, cabbage and all that, carrot and meat, meat and gravy, mushroom soup, scrambled eggs. So a quark? Oh, that's soured milk. Okay. Flour and water, and onion. Okay, so the mushroom soup and scrambled eggs probably worth grabbing. The flatbread's also worth grabbing. And we are right about to get level 2 of that. So let's go to management, buildings, kitchen. Recipes, edit recipes. Mushroom soup, scrambled eggs, flatbread. Get all those added. Accept assignments. Alright. Turn those down. Scrambled eggs. And flatbread. Cool. So we got our new food for the season. That's right, you throw that seed at that bird. Yeah, where do we... That's the question I have, is I haven't seen where we can make beer. Flour is one we can do with oat grain. Scarecrow. Animal feed is oat and rye grain. I need that. We'll want flour as well. Gotta be in the cooking section. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like already in the kitchen just to start with, you don't unlock it. Meanwhile, let's go into here real fast and go to the art stuff. Oh, so the barn, go here, Edit assignments. Right now, we're going to keep it on the wheat. Any animal feed. Except those assignments. Get those turned up. I chose the wrong one. All right. Yeah, thing is the kitchen, I don't see anything here about beer or any of that. So that's the question mark. I have to get at the tavern, of course. Oh, I didn't even look. Is there a tavern under the house? No tavern under there. Nothing under there. Nothing under here. Like, you've got hops. Not seeing anything under the kitchen, too. So at Workshop 3, we can make the bottles. Oh, tavern way at the bottom. I see. Well, in that case, we don't have use for the hops at all, I don't think. Which is fine, I can just use it as literally a thing I make to make money. Or honestly, I could leave the hops there, let them rot, become even more fertilizer. But let's go ahead and grab the entire stack of hops. Which are apparently not in here. Are they really not in here? Did I just overlook them? No? Yeah, so I was thinking, grab the whole stack of hops. It'll make me, not a lot of money, but some money. Grab these baskets. Grab these baskets. Yeah, let's start holding on to the bottles of wine and all that. Like, the actual finished product we'll bring with us to sell. But the empty bottles we won't.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Let's get our way back to town. And the area is looking entirely different now with more and more of those trees growing in. Hey, Daka, how's it going? And I do like the idea that we might end up having an area that, like, that's where we go to go knock down some trees and all that. Because I will want to knock down some more trees here in just a little bit. Get that last house built. That way we can get 2 more people. And as I said, I think the big one is that we get someone on extraction. Office day today? That's no fun. The big one is that we get at least 1 person on extraction. So I can get a second person cutting trees for me. Because that'll be important. And I do think the other one we're going to want is a crafter. So that I can get someone to work the blacksmith most likely. Hey, they're my jobs. Get out of here.
How do you do?
The sky is falling. Reading the notice board, can I help you somehow? Oh yes, the chosen one. The world is in grave danger. chosen grave danger? I'm not sure if that was an answer to my question. An ancient evil is rising from the head of the swamp. People must be warned, but no one wants to listen, especially the quartermaster. People need to open their minds, but you look like someone with an open mind. Do I? You need to warn the citizens of Piosto. They're more likely to listen to you. What exactly should I tell them? The end is nigh. We should prepare for the worst. And don't go near the swamp. And if I talk to them, you'll let them be? Of course. It will be up to them what they would do with the warning. Cool. So you would like me to once again make a lot of bags. We would need to make clay vials. I'm willing to do that. And then that's just easy materials.
How can I help you? So long.
All right. Oh, we don't have like the king's objective thing on the map this time. That's fine. All right, so let's go here and go to journal. The end is nigh. Let's see. Excuse me, madam, would you like to talk about the end of the world and the inevitable doom of all that is coming from the swamp? So, there's this guy who claims the world is going to end. If it bothers you in any way, nod and pretend you're listening. Maybe he'll let you go and go away. You know what? Sorry for bothering you. The soup is much more important. Just don't go to the swamp. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the second one. People these days. Yeah, people these days. Let's see, it came to warn you that the end of the world is coming. Is that important? No, it's not. Just watch out because there's a weirdo going around babbling something about the end of the world. I promised someone to tell you about the end of the world of some dark forces coming from the swamp. I don't believe it at all, but it seemed important to him. I'm gonna go with the babbling about the end of the world. Sure. I don't see how warning me against him would help, but thank you. No problem. I'm telling you just in case. The guys will be like, you didn't do what you said you would. You ruined everything. Now they'll never take me seriously. Have a mountain of hops. I mean, it was worth some money. And some baskets. And your beer back. And your other baskets. And with that, my inventory feels way less awful.
Can I interest you? Goodbye.
I'm waiting for one of them to take it like super seriously and, you know, it be a whole thing.
Hi, old friend.
How are you today? I'm okay, although I have this discomforting sensation that I forgot something I should remember about. Is there something related to work? No, I don't think so. Maybe how about drinking more water? People don't drink enough water. Nope. That's not as well. Then I don't know. Don't worry about it, you'll figure it out. Yeah, maybe. Oh, no, it's not that either. Good luck.
See you around.
Do you need anything or anything? Because I need a break. What would you do if you learned that the world was about to end? There was a madman telling people the apocalypse was coming. That's all. It's all probably nonsense. Just ignore him. Let's see. You also need to take a break from accepting strange tasks from people. I'm gonna go with the it's probably all nonsense. Actually, I wish he had spoken with me. That would have been something interesting. You still have a chance to meet him. Alright. And then, like, absolutely legitimately scary things come from the swamp. My open mind came back. I'm not sure if anyone would like to be called... Let's see. I'm not sure if anyone would like to be called your mind. I talked to some of the people. I've completed your mission, the Grand Mind Opener. Let's see. I'm not sure where your mind is, but I completed your task. So the people have been warned? How did they react? It was a lot to take in. They were shocked. I intended to say shocked. Good, good. But now, my dear friend, we need to act quickly. I had a vision. I now know how to stop the calamity. A vision, you say? Aye, a vision. There is a ritual. A ritual that needs to be performed under the tree in the swamp. Well, there are many trees in the swamp, so it shouldn't be difficult. Oh no, not under any tree. The tree. The special one. You'll recognize it at once. How does this ritual look like? I hope it doesn't require any human or animal sacrifices. And how does this ritual aim at stopping the very real danger I obviously believe is supposed to look like? We need to gather all the necessary objects. Some rye, 2 pieces of roasted meat, 2 perches, and a stone. You realize if you wanted food, it'd be enough to ask instead of coming up with these elaborate plan. I'm gonna go with the if you're hungry. What? No. The food is absolutely crucial for the ritual. Yes, I'll bring you food. Alright, we're just not gonna bother looking at that quest for a little while. Alright. So that should be an easy one. We just gotta go get some stuff. We're gonna grab some logs on the way back. You know what? Fox Island doesn't need trees. This will be their consequence for making me run all over the place every time they get asked to hunt them. Because they skulk around in the brush where I can't see them and I have to run around until I'm on top of them and then they run away and it becomes this whole big thing. So, your trees are mine. Because I would like the wood. So instead of deforesting my home, I'll deforest theirs. All right, let's be a little bit more careful about that. Because this will help me get that last house built. So I can get a couple more people in here. Actually, now I think about it, I've already got most of the stuff to turn in the town over here. I just need more reeds. I just quickly run into town, turn in the logs and all that. Oh, this is the quest that's like the other side of the map. Alright, that's fine. Okay. I'm on my way to cross the whole map to give you your stuff for your pig pen again, lady. I wish this wasn't an annual problem you had. Okay, do I have just the one bow? I believe we have just the one, right? Yeah. That's fine. Alright, let's start cutting across here. You just discovered there's fast travel in the game? There is, if you use the carts, but it costs like 250 or whatever per cart. Like it's, whatever the amount is, I'm sure it varies based on distance. But it's, oh my god, expensive. That said, if you're sitting there like churning out money with like bronze equipment, that's not that big a deal. Is there anything like super dangerous I gotta be worried about along the way? Not until we get to the swamp. We can just run over here and drop this off. Oh, it's trees. I thought I saw like actual people there, which would have probably meant bandits. Yeah, I imagine that's one of those things that later on, if you're playing tons of the game, and you've got to the point where your people are able to produce stuff for you to sell on their own, then fast travel becomes something that you're just like, yeah, sure, let's just fast travel. Alright, another thing we'll probably want to do is we're going to need to get clay. Which, actually, I might have the clay, because we've had it so they'll get some clay just on the side the entire time. And I've yet to use it for really anything. Because I'll need that for the clay pottery they want for one of the objectives. All right. We also might get lucky as we run along here and find, you know, new wreckages to loot. All right. Yeah, because getting the clay jars and all that will be just yet another set of recipes I don't need to buy for any reason in the future. And that we can produce those as more goods to use whatever. Like, I'm assuming we'll want to make something specific like clay bowls or something like that. We can check on our way back out how much it'll cost me to try and fast travel. Because if it's cheap, I'll do it. But when I last looked at it, it was something like 250, but it could be that as you get better renown or help out more people or something like that, maybe the price goes down. I don't think so.
Oh, it's here again.
I brought you the materials for the pigsty. Alright.
Good luck.
I mean, she gave us a decent chunk of change. Yeah, clay vials are what they want. So if I talk to you about taking me home, I need a ride. Yeah, so it's 160 to go there. Oh yeah, check the tailor for a bag. That's not a bad call. Because I have a pretty good bag. But I do not have a pouch at all. Is there a tailor in town?
Good day. So long.
How are you?
Take these feathers I don't want to carry. Take the spruce bark. Take the sticks. Take the straw.
Want to see my wares? Have a nice day.
Alright. No, it could be here. Yes, they've got the hammer, which is the blacksmith. There was the archer person over there. There's the herbalist. Because they only show up when you get close enough. Nope, I guess there isn't. So I will do this because we haven't fast traveled once this entire time. Even though 100 something for cutting a corner feels like kind of a ripoff. Let's go then. But that's fine. There is a tailor here. Because that seemed to teleport me instantly as opposed to me losing half a day running across.
How have you been?
Okay, so let's double check. We've got a large pouch. And then I have the simple backpack. A simple large backpack. Okay. So the downside is, holy crap, that's expensive. Price, 1,140. Ow. Large pouch is 660. Ow. So I actually don't have the money on me. If I would have run here without fast traveling, I would have had the money. It's fine. Most likely when we turn in some of these ones, we will get what we need. Alright, so let's get home. Because I'm going to need some buckets of water. I'm going to need some thistle. And we need some daisies. We might already have all that at the home. I've had an herbalist going for like a year without using any of those materials really at all. So that's fine. So we're just going to run home real quick. See what I've got in stock and what I can make happen. I will need to unlock the clay vial, and I might need to unlock the recipe. Well, actually, no, I don't need the recipe. We're not getting the recipe. We're getting the ingredients only. This place looks weird in that I don't recognize it with all the trees now. Like, actually having any level of trees here is weird. It looks strange. I don't know how I feel about it. Alright, so drop off the little bit of meat. So you have the buckets of water here. So that's good to know. But the daisies and all that will be in a different building. The clay vials are the one that's a big question mark on whether or not I got to put more effort into it or not. So you are where I make the clay vials. Let's see. Beer bottle, clay vase, clay vial, Man, you're 300. Fine. I need to make 8. Yeah, take 2 seconds while I was going to eat some food real quick. All right. So let's go check. We gained a skill in production. All right. So we maxed out all those. We've got the reduced durability on the hammer. I don't really care. So we have faster on all these things. I'm gonna do the smithy for the faster because that's the only one I've been doing at any frequency. Faster building stacks up to 1 time. Smithy faster. Okay. And a new thing we're gonna add, so management, go here to the workshop. Oh, I see. All right. I'm going to have to take over for our farmer because our farmer is having the baby. Cool, man. And then this isn't getting done either because people are having babies. All right. Yeah, no, I do need the XP, but it's just like, you know what? This wasn't really the time I was looking for. Okay. So, we got that, and I need to go to the herbalist's place, which is here somewhere. Not you. It was way over here, wasn't it? Like, way over here. Right, I actually need your supplies, not that. So we need to go storage. We can go into here, grab some food. Let's see here. We got a ton of onions going on. So that means we can get more recipes going in the kitchen. So technology, go to the kitchen. Let's try to avoid getting into the grain stuff. So that works with the roasted stuff. All right. So we got meat and gravy we can make now. So management, go here. Kitchen, do this. Edit assignments, meat and gravy, accept assignment. Cool. Yeah, no, but it'll put it into the actual storage, I believe. So we can go over here, we can grab the thistle and the daisies. So daisies, I need 11. And we can drop off our fir and our logs. And thistle, I need 16. I have 11. So I gotta find a little bit more thistle. In the meantime, let's go ahead and break out this hammer. Wait, is there no sticks in this entire place now? That can't be right. We've run out of sticks. Ah, that wasn't part of the plan. What the heck are we using all those sticks on? Okay. So honestly, the woodcutter's doing a relatively good job of getting this caught up. Yep, so I just need some planks and then this place is done. Alright, so with that, we need the buckets of water. Too far. And then I need to find thistle. So 8 buckets of water. That's dandelion. Thistle. There we go. So we can drop that off. Was there anything else I should be grabbing before we get all the way over here? Ah, the last one requires thread. We will see if the flax has grown enough for me to just be able to snag the thread easy. Because we gotta buy the thread, that might be one I just go ahead and take the failure on. Because the sheer amount of money I'm going to have to spend on thread to accommodate that. Well, actually, how much do you pay? Before I say the following. You're the one who gives me a crap ton of wheat. Which is cool and all. And I have no context of how much that wheat's worth. But even if that wheat's worth like 5 per grain, I might still be losing money on the deal. Because that that thread is really pricey. But hopefully this has some worth, because then we can potentially get bigger bags. An absolutely worst case with all that, even if I don't get a lot of money, I'll probably eventually be able to just make the bigger bags too.
How is life treating you?
Here's potion of sobriety.
Have a nice day.
You gave me... You threw some pennies at me. I see you. Alright. So with that said, let's run back down to our town. And we can just focus on town stuff right now. We want to get that house built. We can see if I happen to have what I need now, like if we've been harvesting flax. Oh, right, I gotta do the harvesting myself. That's right. Because our farmer is the Pregante, and so is all like, I'm not doing backbreaking labor right now. Screw you, man. Which, I mean, fair enough. But it's our only person who's actually working the field, so that all drags to a halt. So where before I was like, I need an extraction or an excavation person and a production person, an extra farmer would also be worth it, because I am down a farmer for the moment. And I also need one probably soon anyways to help out, so I probably needed extra hands working on the farmer, and then I got less hands working on the farm. Okay, so let's start by checking on the farm. We can go in here and check for the scythe and the other thing. So give me the scythe. Ooh, you don't have a sickle anymore. Ah. Okay, well, we'll need to make one of those. Tools, bronze. Bronze sickle, I can't afford it. Okay, copper sickle, I can afford. It's probably a waste for me to do that. I feel like it's a waste for me to do that. So we're gonna take it down a notch. Stone sickle. Perfect. Okay, so we already harvested the entire orchard. That's growing. That needs to be fertilized. That needs to be fertilized. Well, that's convenient. She was kind enough to not take a break. Like, she was kind enough to not take on other responsibilities until she finished that. So that's at least very helpful of her. She made to chime having the baby until at least she finished her immediate responsibilities. But what we need now is I'm going to need manure. I'm going to have to go ahead and hit those fields. Now we go to the barn, make all the fertilizer we can. and get that field set up. The other thing I want to do is go into the tailor and see if we got any flax. I don't think this is the flax harvest day, unfortunately. Flax stock and seeds? I am wrong. That's a deliberate placeholder. Okay, and with this we can make our own thread and our own cloth. And that'll go a long way for us. We're getting a bunch of seeds, which is really nice. Yeah, that'll be enough to do like a whole field next time. Catching all this stuff up. Oh yeah, and all the rye. And we got wheat as well. Hey look, I gained a level in farming, considering the sheer volume of production we just did. Not surprising. Alright. Whistles summons your mount. Less stamina from farming. Chance to harvest additional crops and fields. Slower durability with farming tool. Well, this is the only one that's like a special thing, so I'm gonna grab that first. And with that, we farm faster. The mount has slower thing, more crops and orchards, and then we have stuff that makes our mounts better and all that. You know how someone in the Middle Ages thought to themselves, you know what would make flax better? Beating it with a stick. I mean, isn't it obvious? Now, there's a lot of stuff that you're looking for. It's like, how did you come up with this? Like, how did we get here? So there's the flax seed. Yeah, the big one is the grain. Because the grain is both seed and what you cook and all that. How'd they come up with flour? I mean, I'm willing to bet they're just trying to make it more malleable or something like that. Drop all of this in here. Because turning stuff to powder and then mixing it definitely has been a thing that's been around for a while. So we don't have that much fertilizer right now. That's a bummer. We need to eat something. We also have a ton of cabbage and all sorts of stuff. Like, we have a lot of goodness in here. Not a lot of cooked goodness, but a lot of goodness. Hey, what can we make happen? What dreams can we actualize here? Ah, mushroom soup. I can make 2 of them. I apparently have another point here. Farming faster I don't care about. Lowers my mount stamina usage, all that. Chance for additional crops. More XP gained from farming. We'll go for the XP right now. Meanwhile, I will enjoy my mushroom soup. Thank you. I would like to have another. Good. We can go to cooking. All right. So all those require meats I don't have, so porridges. I can make rye porridges. We can also make some scrambled eggs. Let's see. The flax isn't that hard to figure. You can separate the flax fibers by hand, but it's pretty hard. It's easier if you abuse it with a bit of kneading and... Wait, why am I using my hands for that? Let's use a rock. If you know what works even better than a rock and a stick. Okay, rock and a stick turned out to be a bad idea. Rock is too brittle and too sharp. Let's just use a stick on a stick. Apparently the creation of flour started almost 30,000 years ago. When they would crush chunky plants like cattails into ferns. Cattails crushed down to something similar to flour. Realizing that wheat was better for flour came later. Yep. What I was gonna say is the crushing things down to a powder for making a whole bunch of things has been around for a real long time. All right, we enjoyed ourselves a bunch of scramby eggs. All right, so what the heck was I doing now? I have stuff on me. What do we have on ourselves? Fertilizer. Right, so I was going to go here. Did I already put away the bag? No, I just haven't equipped it. Field. Fertilizer. Yes, food does rot. It'll become literally called rot. And then you can use rot to make fertilizer. That's one of the ways you can make fertilizer in the game is to grow something that has just a really high yield so that you can't possibly eat it all. And then have that ridiculously high yield result in even more crop to rot to make more fertilizer. Like I want to say cabbage is one of the big ones you did that with. You just made an obnoxious amount of cabbage, and now it'd give you the fertilizer to handle the rest. Yep, you can also leave it out to make it rot faster. Makes sense. Yeah, so you see, like, I need lots of fertilizer. We do have pigs, and they are picking up in number. All right. I should probably go over here. Right, I could make a bunch of flour with that. I'm gonna hold off on that for right now. Where did I make the animal feed? I thought the animal feed was here. Ah. Right, and I need oat grain. I don't have oat grain to spare. That's fair. So with you, drop off the bag for now. Grab you.
I'm roasting out of here.
It's fine. Yeah, we didn't get that far with the fertilizer.
Dang. It's hot.
Just trying to get this field sorted out. And then I really need to go and finish that house. Yeah, so we're out of fertilizer for all that. Okay. So we can chuck this back in there. Grab you. So we're in the summer. Let's check our field of what's supposed to be planted in those areas. That's field 1. So for the summertime, I'm supposed to be sowing summer cabbage on the far right row. And that should be the only thing going on right now. So we should be checking for the cabbage seed. Then we need to stop for water. Cabbage seed. How do we not have cabbage seed? We had cabbage. I need to get water. Check barn, maybe? I can check the barn. I wouldn't expect it to be in the barn. Oh, that's not the barn. Barn's over here. No, it's literally empty. Don't know. Because it grew a crap ton of cabbage. Because I'm pretty sure cabbage seed is only maybe on her. Maybe. I won't sweat it for right now. Right now, I need to get this building done. So... I'm gonna need to get a bunch more logs. And so rather than taking from right where I live, let's go up and around the corner here. And just start hacking back these trees up top. Because I like the idea of letting this all grow back in. So that we have a nice area here, but I do need to supplement the wood supply. So I'll take 1 load of wood. And that should give me plenty. We don't have wolves around here, do we? There's wolves up there on the right. But yeah, so if we go and we get ourselves a full load of wood, that's probably enough planks for me to be able to finish that house. And then we'll go get 2 more people. Of which I want either an extraction person, a farmer, or a production person. I'm not going to be fussy about which we get. Because any and all of those would be useful. We're also going to really need to put some time in our stuff. Okay, we just keep getting hotter and hotter. It's interesting that we had no problems with the last in-game year, but this year it was like, no, you're sweating to death.
What a scorcher.
All right. Can't cut that one because it's by one of the buildings. Deforestation causing global warming. So, not global warming, but it is absolutely a thing that in areas where you don't have that much tree cover, that they do tend to be hotter. Like if you get a lot more tree cover and shade, they do tend to do a much better job of getting you cool areas. That's the reason why there's been like a bunch of those initiatives in various cities that, you know, where they've got sidewalks and roads and they're trying to find places to get trees like along the sides of the roads or whatever, because it is a thing that all that extra shade does so much for bringing the temperature down, among many other things. But this is a very timely... Oh yeah, if we're talking this is the whole world, then yes, me cutting down a handful of trees is actually significantly relevant to the size of the area. Like if this is all of the world is this map, then yeah, you should be deeply concerned about someone cutting down any of the forests. More than like a tiny bit with moving that. How goes the deforestation? Pretty good. And running the forge? Yeah, you'd be dealing with such a small space that all of like environmental impacts you think about like on the global stage of like, you do this, oh, it's made this thing worse, that kind of thing. You would just escalate it. Less air volume takes less to throw it off, less forest takes more to throw it off, takes less to throw it off. Less wildlife takes less for you to completely devastate the ecosystem. Considering we individually have wiped out, like, how big of an area of the map? probably like this, an area probably around, not up to there, so like probably down this way. So something like, oh, actually it goes farther than that. Yeah, so it kind of just loops in like that. We've wiped out like this whole area of the map of trees. So when you consider the whole map is here, we single-handedly have cleared out not quite 10% of it, of trees, as an individual. Hey, extraction. I made a comment that we hadn't gotten a level in that in a good while. Right. So a chance for additional goodies. Better hunt some animals into extinction to balance it. Yep. Yeah, and for those joining in, we have we do have our trees are slowly growing back in, so our town is looking less like a desolate wasteland. We also put down roads, like little gravel roads at some point. Let's like, look, baby steps. All right, so we're gonna drop, ooh, quest marker in my town. All right, I'm curious. Because you remember when you deforced an entire large island several times in Valheim, and the server admins did like the base built up though? Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like to get those like really grandiose bases, it's just a lot of resources. Yeah.
How do you do?
Can I help you with something? I feel like eating something sweet. Then maybe you should eat a pie or a tart or... Oh, no. They're all tasty, but so boring. I want to try something else. I've heard that Dom's Brewery, located in Pasovia Market, sells lavender honey. I'd like to try that. That does sound tasty. Maybe I should go buy it myself. That's splendid. Then you can go buy honey for both of us. Sure, buying honey won't be a problem.
Take care.
Is that a seasonal thing? I'm assuming that's a seasonal thing. Yep. Alright, well, we'll deal with that, because I'm already going to need to drop off. That's a... If your calculations are correct, you used over 1 million units of wood just for the inn. It's honestly pretty mind-blowing how ridiculously over the top some stuff can get with that. Alright, so. Let's get our flax into thread. And we don't have enough fertilizer to keep the all the farm stuff going. Alright, bear with me. While we're making the thread, I'm going to try and finish my dinner. Alright. Food is done. Let's see, Valheim lets you abuse physics, like digging out a huge crater bowl and then planting trees in concentric rows. So chopping one set will chain react huge piles of logs. Nice. Yeah, no, I know you could knock down trees using other trees and all that. I remember the terrain manipulation in Valheim I found to be very limited. It only lets you go up and down so far from the default. Which for a lot of my builds ended up being a massive limiting factor. Which is fine. Alright, so we've got that. Okay, so for making the bags, I need fabric. So I need 8 fabric. Alright. Me think you need to wash your hands. Yeah, my character is full on rank. The problem is we're unable to wash ourselves in the shallow stream here. I can build a thing to wash ourselves. It's just another thing I have to get the pattern for. And it's just not been a priority. But yeah, our character's pretty grody. It's okay. On our way to town, we'll just take a dip in the lake. Ooh, we got the kitchen level 2. Which will let us make oat rolls and all that. Yeah, so we'll be able to make, like, actual bread. Porridge with berries, scrambled eggs with mushroom, vegetable soup, straight up cheese. Getting genuinely good stuff going on here. The basin makes the peasants tiny bit happier. Well, that's good to know. I haven't... Oh, that's right. Isn't it something like their work speed, their happiness does impact their work speed or something? I vaguely remember that being a thing. Because that's honestly pretty typical a lot of these games. Alright, so we got that sorted. So I need to go to the blacksmith real fast. Just need to make a bronze shovel. Alright, now what time is it in game? Only 1. Okay. Because I want to get there, because we're going to get that lavender honey or whatever that lady wanted. Because I'm assuming that gives us a very significant bonus to our happiness or something like that. There's the linen thread. I apparently have a bunch of... Oh, that's from when we had our soup. So we can drop all that in so I can make more soup. So let's check on our stuff here. Yeah, so you want me to do that, and you want a lavender honey. I like how the guy is sitting there, like, literally scooping pig manure. He's like, I'm so glad I moved here. It's like, hey man, I'm glad you enjoy that, because, I wouldn't feel the same way about that particular task, I'm gonna be honest. Did it actually hit it? Get the head back up. Let's keep bouncing arrows off of him. I'm figuring this bow is basically done. I'm just gonna get the bow out of here.
What a scorcher.
Okay. So getting ourselves some more meat and leather, because we're going to need that.
The heat is unbearable.
Okay, one of you over here has the other arrow in you. There we go, and the bow's destroyed. Cool. So with that, we can go ahead and dip in the water, have ourselves a sip.
The heat is unbearable.
And then we can go ahead and turn this quest in, buy the lavender honey that one of our community members wanted, which is an interesting thing. It's like, hey, I'm living here. Would you, person who is in charge of my village, would you go out and buy me goods to do whatever? No, not myself. Not the other person I might be married to or anything. No, you. I want you to go out and buy me some. Thanks. Still not gonna pay taxes. Oh, I always do that. This one person, I always end up running into town.
The heat is unbearable.
How can I help you?
Alright. So he gives me a bunch of reputation. And then a big pile of grain. So you want lavender honey.
How are you?
Is that like the fancy guy? Yeah. $75.
Best skirts in the realm. Goodbye.
My citizens are unreasonable. Oh, right, we can sell that skull.
Hello there.
Have a deer skull. Thank you. Alright.
My wares never disappoint. So long.
And we already paid our taxes and all that good stuff, so let's go ahead and rush back. And now that no one's here to judge our character, it's time to lose a little bit more garments. Because it's hot. And your boss what to do is a great way to no longer have a job.
What a scorcher.
Well, it's especially when your boss and your landlord are the same person. And you're not paying rent on top of it. Also, you're gonna live in a time where there's like no legal protections of any kind. Justifiable, not or otherwise. Just literally nothing. Stay away, danger dog. I've only got spears and I'm ready to start sticking you with them. Alright, so we're gonna give this lady her lavender honey. Got oats planted. Yeah, so she must have had the cabbage seeds because they're planted. And I guess she's also working. I immediately thought when it was marking her as like pregnant and all that that she
Oh, it's you again.
wasn't working. Lavender honey. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you for the trouble. Sometimes I wish people did their errands themselves. No problem.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, so I got the reputation she was going to give me anyways, plus a little bit more because I wasn't a jerk about it.
How is life treating you?
What are you wearing? It's way too hot for it. You should take something off. Good advice.
Have a nice day.
I mean, I'm not... Oh, wife of mine, I'm not going to tell you. I can't lose any more clothes. The game won't let me. We have stripped down to our boxers. So, I mean, there's not much left for me to take off. We have already taken this about as far as it can go. Yeah, we're going through that cabbage gradually. We got the apples. More than likely, a lot of this is going to rot. Which I think I'm okay with for the purposes of getting more seeds and all that. What tools do you have? You got a sickle, you got a scythe, you got a hoe, you got a bag. So you're good there. So you're just waiting on fertilizer. I need to eat something. Well, I don't know. Hook up with someone in the city? Like, there's people here. You can do that. Making ourselves some mushroom soup. It's interesting that they want rye, like, not rye bread, just rye.
The heat is unbearable.
There's some mushroom soup and more mushroom soup. Looks like you're done with the sawmill for now, so you're probably all in free time. Ah, here we go. So we're going to want to take this up to 34. And this will be this house built. And then we need to get 2 more people to work in, or to live in our town. The extraction person is a good one, a farmer would be a good one, and a production would be a good one. Diplomacy we don't need. And survival person we don't really need. We should also look at what I'm going to need to upgrade the kitchen. Because we did unlock the upgraded kitchen, but I want to get those supplies put together and then build the kitchen before we start the upgrade. Or sorry, get the supplies I need to upgrade the kitchen before we start it so it's down for as little time as possible.
It's hot.
All right. Honestly, all that stuff in the orchard, when I can start making wine, that'll probably be really good money. The only catch is because you sell them the wine in the bottle and all that, then it becomes the thing of I have to also keep the production of bottles up.
I'm roasting out here.
Okay. Ah, ran the wrong way. Been doing that a lot. Yeah, the little village is just growing nicely. 68 planks.
What a scorcher.
I'll have to see how big the marketplace is, because it feels like plunking the marketplace right down in the middle of town in this area is probably the move. If it's the kind of feeling thinking. So like keep this area open for right now. We can chuck it in here. Because I think that'll be good. Okay. So that takes care of that house. There's not enough room around the well, and that's the field. Like I said, I want to leave that spot open for potentially adding a market. As the kingdom, it's going good. It's just been growing and growing. We could also sneak a house in over here. But yeah, no, it's going really well. We keep upgrading our town, making things bigger and bigger, all that. At the moment, we stripped off all of our clothes because it's super hot outside, and the only clothes I had are my like ridiculously insulated winter clothes. So you know, we're living that life at the moment. Do I still have a shovel on me? No. Hop over here. We could chuck the feathers in here, the logs in there, sticks in here. Do we finally use the iron shovel in here? No, there it is. Oh, that's right. The iron shovel had like 1 tick of life left on it. We found it just abandoned or whatever. And I went ahead and grabbed it, and then I noticed it was basically all but done.
The heat is unbearable.
My uncle has been building his house for 10 years. I wonder how much time it would take him to build a settlement like this one.
Okay. Oh, I don't need that far back. Hang on. I forgot the road's right there. All right. So we'll chuck down the foundation real fast. Yeah, that'll be good. All right, so from there, what we need to do is we've got things started. I will make more fertilizer if we've got more manure ready. Not much.
Dang. It's hot.
But every little bit's a bit more crops planted, so we want to keep that going. I do wonder if I should just load up on the cherries and all that fruit that's gonna go bad. Just like really pile it up. How are the taxes? Not bad. We paid 1,600 the last time. But for context, that 1,600 barely was a blip in the radar for us. Like I was able to like knock out making four or five weapons all real quick. So yeah, so I'm wondering if we grab, because you're 4 each, so that's like 300 something. The cherries are 3 each, so that's another 600 something. The pears are 4 each, so that's another 400. And the plums are 3 each. So I think the stuff that we're getting from the orchard, we're just selling. They'll breed. We've been getting a couple chickens or so each year or whatever. The pens don't carry very many animals though. As I'm running over here at 10 at night. What else? There's a couple things I need to do. I was gonna grab all that stuff and sell it. Right. I was also running down here to get 2 new people. And we want farmers, we want production people, we want, or sorry, crafters. So farmers, crafters, or excavators are the things we're interested in. Survivalist and diplomacy, not going to do us a whole lot of good right now. We'll want more of them later, but for the moment, I don't really have a whole lot I can apply them to. For production, we can also potentially have an actual dedicated tailor. We can have a dedicated blacksmith. The farmer, we're going to put the spare farmer on the fields because our other farmer's about to have a kid and will be busy, you know, taking care of the kid. So I'll need to sort that out.
If it's not a matter of life and death.
Can't talk now.
I'm wondering if they're not talking to because we're not wearing any clothes because it's just too hot. Like I need to unlock the like the summer clothes that are really light. So that we can have like a summer set and a winter set or whatever, but I just haven't bothered. We got the winter set because I needed to not die.
Hello there.
Small talk. Can you tell me something about your skills? Let's see. I know you're diplomat. Get out of here.
So long. A shy one. Hello.
What are you good at? You are also a diplomat. Get out of here.
Take care.
Hello.
And what are you good at? So you are a crafting
What
person.
do you have there? Do you really need all these stones on you?
All right. I don't feel like going to the next town.
Starting to appreciate what you do for him.
What gives you a hard time? So you're not really good at being a craftsman.
See you soon.
And what are you not
It's
good
you
at?
again.
They're literally... You're the same person. That's what you are. You're literally the same person.
Have a good day.
So you're 25, and you are 19. Alright, so let's see what the age of the person I just recruited was. 24. So we're going to go ahead and assign you to our brand new house. Yep. And you have survival and production. So here's the big question. I can put them in the blacksmith. I can put them in the sewing hut. And there's arguments to be made for all of those things. I feel like the blacksmith is the one I would want more. We can go ahead and do that. And then meanwhile, let's go here to the smithy. And assignments, edit assignments. Tin, copper, and bronze bars. We want those. And we also want to go in here and check. We can add bronze helmets on the production list. Ah, so I have to actually make hammers too. Fishing spears will go on the list. Bronze shovel. Bronze scythe. Bronze pickaxe. Bronze hoe. Bronze axe. Copper knives. Bows. Bronze arrows. So the big challenge here is we're apparently going to need to give them a hammer and have them work on that. Oh, you can make wood hammers? That's going to have to do. Alright, accept. So my assumption is the wood hammer does not require durability. So set that to 5%. Set you to 10. So prioritize smelting ore. Set you to 5%. Set you to 5%. You're just basically trying to split them through the a billion things I need made. Alright, so you've got a little bit extra. We'll make you 10% as well for right now. Okay, so we got blacksmith set up. And then he was like 25 or something like that, or 24. So, sure. You're not really a good candidate for my town right now, but I don't feel like walking across the map, so we're just... you know how you're like, I'm a good diplomat? You're not doing that. I just don't need it. So you can farm, survival, or extract. Let's see. If we are looking at our different buildings and what we can assign you to. So the farm shed has one farmer who's right about to have a baby. The excavation shed can do that. I'm probably going to put you on the wood shed for right now. Cool. And let's get out of here. Go to there. Extraction. So woodshed, making sure there's no new recipes since we leveled it up. Now we're good. Yep, okay. So you should be good with all that. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. Alright. So we've got them here. Oh, did I already check that area across the water? I don't know if we did. Hey, sheep, how's it going? Ooh, an iron knife. So the problem we have right now is it's 1 in the morning in game, and none of the places are going to be open for a bit. I'm sitting on a small mountain of fruit, I'm planning to say. So I have to say, you're very appreciative that you don't have jump scares and obnoxious sound triggers on this channel. You woke up at 4 a.m., headed here on your phone to get back to sleep, no problem. Yeah, no, that's a deliberate thing. It hasn't come up as a topic in a pretty long time. But, one of the things when we have, like, someone who's new to content creation be like, oh, how do I grow my channel, that kind of thing. And one of the things that comes up as a topic is you will see other channels do stuff that is very successful for them, i.e., you know, bit redeems for jump scares and that kind of stuff. But the big thing when you're starting out is to go, what is the value you offer your audience? And make sure anything you add to your channel adds to that and not takes from that. So part of my offering is a place for people to, you know, show up, relax, you know, for people who are dealing with anxiety or stress, a place to, you know, mellow out and all that. And jump scare sounds do not support that. And that's not a judgment around like the jump scares and silly sound bites and all that. Like, that's absolutely a value that gets offered. Let's see, people keep trying to do exclamation mark fart in your channel. You just don't feel like that's on brand for you. Gotcha. I didn't realize you streamed. So let me go ahead and, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you a shout out. So what do you stream, by the way? Oh, I didn't do that right. That's on me. Gotta do the @ There we go. It's still on cooldown for 54 seconds. Well, even though it failed to do it right, so I'm gonna have to wait a minute before I'm allowed to do that. You love how mellow until your streams are, and your streams are your getaway. Exactly. So it is one of those things, because I know a lot of people who genuinely have issues with insomnia, and I am that background noise they fall asleep to. Like, and don't get me wrong, the first X number of times you hear that, like, oh man, I always fall asleep to your stream. It's a weird vibe, because you're like, okay, that is the intention, to provide that service. It's also normally when you have someone like who's supposed to be entertaining and you fall asleep to them, that's usually taken with a negative connotation that people provide that. Because like if you went to a movie and you fell asleep, that's a pretty bad review of the movie. But or wake up to. Yeah. So it's just one of those things that's like absolutely like, okay, this is literally the intention is to provide this. So that is a compliment in this case. Let's see, your stream is the one you turn on when you get home. It helps you wind down for the night. Yeah, no, I got a lot of people that it's they listen to before or after work. I would say more people watch it to wind down for the evening than anything. Let's see, well, you think I found you because of Rimworld and Kildrix and Snoot, etc. You generally like the colony management game. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of overlap between my audience and Kildrix and Snoot and Digwood and that whole group. We actually had the conversation earlier today about like, you know, here's your channel, and you got like this circle that's like the colony sim people, and you got that circle that's the simulation people, and you got this circle that'll be like your survival crafter. And so you exist in kind of a unique spot, but when you sit there and you step back, you'd be like, well, there's all these circles that they all have a little bit of overlap, so it doesn't make a good Venn diagram because it get very complicated. But it's definitely kind of those things. You got so many people telling you to send them to sleep, and you started doing ASMR channel. Got to make that lemonade. Gotcha. All right, so let's try and do that shout again. You gonna do it, bot? Come on, bot. That command is on cooldown. All right, well, we're trying. Here, I'll forget like my bots one. We'll just do like the regular old shout out. Since it's being a little bit of a difficulty for me for some reason. There. Because you were recently playing... So you do play RimWorld, gotcha. So you do RimWorld and just chatting, that kind of thing. Cool. I'll have to check that out later. And then once that wears off, we do have Allison Adventures here as well, who's another fantastic content creator. For the record, if you like Snoot and you like Kildrix and all them, there's a good chance you'll probably like Allison Adventures as well. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, not so much on the RimWorld side of things, but does some variety as well. So like, understandable if that's not your bag, but definitely a good time. But yeah, so I do try to be supportive of other content creators. You're on 2 Point Museum at the moment? Heck yeah. That game came out and we pretty heavily no-lifed that. Like we went hard until I hit 5 stars. It was something like 5-6 streams back to back to back. Hey, Italics! I lost the message in there. It's like, people are talking. Where was the actual raid message? Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I also, if you got a raid and run, no problem. You know you're always welcome. But all that stuff. You're gonna have to wait just a minute on the shout out. I did one less than like a minute ago. So it is on the cooldown. But for those who don't know, Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Were you playing more Schedule 1, did I think? I saw you, it was Schedule 1 I saw you playing earlier? I don't remember. You're playing the silly drum. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw you playing it. Yeah, no, Schedule 1 has no business being as good as it is. Like, you look at it and you go, yeah, it's some silly meme game, whatever. And then you play it a little bit, it's like, why is this actually good? Hang on. Why is this actually good? So let's go ahead and see if that cooldown's done. 19 seconds. Alright, we just gotta wait a little bit longer. But yeah, no, it's fun because like it's sort of a tycoon, sort of like you run around, do stealthy stuff, and then also memey mini games, and all the names are cursed, and a little bit of automation, and it's fun times. But yeah, again, check out Italics, plays games like RimWorld and a whole bunch of other stuff. Really good times over there. Highly recommend. Really fantastic content creator. But for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch, including games like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and random tycoon games. And right now we're playing Medieval Dynasty. Our character is perpetually complaining about how hot it is and that I should take off some clothes. We're not actually wearing any clothes right now, so we're still complaining that it's hot. It's just hot. But yeah, so I do a whole variety of stuff. But at the moment, we're waiting for the shop to open here real fast because I've got a pocket full of fruit that I'm going to be selling, which gets very complicated when we're wearing our boxers, but that's fine. But so I actually started to really enjoy the characters in Schedule 1 too. Their names are clever, memorable, and surprising. Yeah, there's only like, there's only a few characters that you see your name, you're like the one that everyone seems to see is they see Peter File, and they go, oh, we don't get to hang out with this guy. This guy's bad news. We don't hang out with Peter. Peter's not okay. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun. We went really hard on Schedule 1 right when it kind of dropped. And I got to like the really big last building. I'm not gonna spoil it, like, because I have no idea where you're at in the whole thing. But we got to last building and set up all the things, and it was kind of like, well, I guess we're done. So I've been jumping between a bunch of other games. These people need to open their stores because I have a whole lot of fruit and all that to sell. And normally I would have run back by now. We're gonna have to go and get water. But we had to also come over here to recruit some people, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, no, I enjoyed Schedule 1 a lot. I think my plan is to kind of, like, now that I've played through what was available right now, I do think my plan is to kind of just sit and wait until like the next big content update drops. So not like they had like a little content update recently, but like one where, you know, they add a new product or like new facilities or new workers or something. Something that adds like a whole extra layer. But it's real good. But yeah, so lately we did some My Summer Car. Played that for a while. Came to realize, because we played permadeath for most of it. I did like 3-4 runs of permadeath that we were working on because it's my first time playing it. Then we did a not permadeath. We found that was way worse than permadeath. Because then you die, and then you gotta wait 15 real-life minutes for the bus to show up, to sit in the bus for 10 minutes, to then get out of the bus and then walk the rest of the way home for another 5-10 minutes. Which means spending like 30-35 minutes of waiting to be able to work on stuff. I'm like, oh no, just kill me next time. just make me restart. So we ended up bouncing off of that for a while. Like, it's a cool game, but there was a lot of trolling mechanics that as a content creator is like, oh, so now I get to sit on my hands. Cool, I guess. Which has had me in the mood of really wanting someone to make a My Summer Car game, but not trolly and janky. Like, actually being like, hey, let's make a game where you start with a really crappy, not running car, you get it working, you do odd jobs, and maybe have the whole thing be like a Need for Speed thing where you start, like, rally races or whatever, that you take this junky car and you slowly upgrade it, but instead of like in games for Need for Speed where you buy the part and your car just magically goes faster, you'd actually have to like pull the engine, take apart this piece, take that off, put the new one on. I think the game will get cool if it gets another big update. Oh yeah, no, I think Schedule 1 will continue to get updates, because they've definitely had a massive commercial success. What time is it? Oh, yeah, our current king is Philip the Lazy. Oh my god, please. The vendors should be strolling out here anytime, and it doesn't matter. Like, literally any of the vendors come out here, and I can just throw product at them. But that'll give me probably $2,000-3,000 to upgrade stuff, and then we can work our way home. Which by the time we get home, our workers will start being up and working. We can try and figure out what tools are missing and yada yada yada. Let's see, the 18-year-old dev dude made like 90 million in a month. You think we need to wait a while for an update? 90 million in a month? I would be surprised it was that much money. I'm trying to think, how much is Schedule 1's price? Is that 10-15 bucks? How many units did that sell? Let's see, Schedule 1 sales. Steam estimated revenue of $25 million. You know what? Yeah, no, if that was an 18-year-old dev who put that together and made $25 million, they're definitely not doing shabby. I really hope they have smart friends and or parents or happen to be just weirdly financially savvy and immediately have like someone being like, okay, you've just made $25 million. First step, you are hiring an accountant because you're 18 and you have no idea how to handle this. And by the way, I don't know what tax stuff you've got scheduled. You have underestimated your tax requirements because you just sold $25 million worth of that. You are now paying taxes on $25 million. Don't go and spend a hell of a lot of money. Wait till that tax bill comes in. Make sure it's all settled. And then you can start going, well, I'm going to go buy a fancy car or whatever you decide to do with that money. Because it's a classic thing of the person who wins the lottery. And you'll have some people who they win the lottery and they just kind of shuffle that away and they live life like normal. Is that before Steam's cut? They take like a third of that, right? The 25 million I saw was after Steam's cut. That was the estimated revenue that the individual should have gotten. So that was after the Steam 30%.
How can I help you?
All right. So take the apples. Take the cherries. Take the wine. Take the plums. Take the pears.
Best goods in the realm. See you soon.
Alright. Cool, so we finally got that place open. We can go over here, eat the salted fish meat that we found.
The heat is unbearable.
Oh yeah, no taxing lottery and winnings and all that, it's pretty steep. But even then, like, an individual making their own game would be qualified as self-employed and that kind of thing. Oh, I'm surprised. So I would assume with a lottery that's just considered income. So here in the US, it's not that lottery gets a special surtax or anything, to my knowledge. And that could be a state-by-state thing. But it is a thing that you've just made X number of dollars of income, and you are required to pay taxes on those X dollars of income. Alright, don't mind me, chat. Just getting a little extra meat. The dev made 19 million? From what I saw, it's a 25 million from the article, and that was like a 2-second just Google it thing. Is that they said after, like, the estimated revenue that the developer has taken home pocket is 25 million. I didn't look up the article so far as reading through all the details of, like, you know, here's this cut and here's this expense and here's this. Like, we didn't go through all that. The lottery accounts here as a non-taxable. Weird. That surprises me that it's non-taxable. Because to me it almost feels like stuff like lottery and gambling and all that kind of stuff, you would imagine that money that's kind of just won. Wonder if you can make the next Flappy Bird? The problem is, you gotta come up with something new. That's the whole thing from... So my background is a software developer, and I used to contract on the side and all that. And it was a whole big thing. Oh, here in inheritance, I believe you also get taxed for that. Any income. There's different ways that people can reduce their tax burden, yada yada yada. But generally speaking, some income can be delayed when you get taxed, but usually get hit with it there. Oh, and we can drop the fur off. There's the fishing spears we found. Alright. We can drop the other stuff off in the food. But yeah, no, that's that was the thing I always dealt with when I was let's see, yeah, when you win here, the tax is free, but you have to pay taxes on the interest. Gotcha. Let's drop off that iron knife so one of my citizens can use it. Right, so what is happening is I would contract is what people would sign up, you know, sign with me and all that. But it was a thing that I would, you know, basically offer my services as a software developer for all that. As these copies sold 4.5 million, 1.8 to 1 or 8.9 gross revenue. 93.7 million, 32 point. Gotcha. So that one's giving a very vague range, I'm assuming. But yeah, either way, regardless of what number it is, the person made a hell of a lot of money. Like getting caught up on the amount isn't the important detail. Like when you start talking like you're 18 and you've just found yourself sitting on more than $20 million overnight, the numbers are irrelevant at that point. It feels like infinite dollars. Alright, well, she's cooking. Hopefully we can snag some off that. Yeah, you need, like, 20 million, that's those ones you gotta recognize that you're like, okay, I need someone to, like, help me with this. Someone who this is what they do. Like, not prepared for this level of success. Okay, so what are we working on right now? I need wood for the other house. That should be happening. We just got a new person to assist with that. We got our blacksmith as blacksmithing, which is good to see. Oh, right, we can work on this. And for the moment, let's go ahead... Actually, no, I'm not going to go ahead and drop that off. We don't have more stuff there. As far as stuff that we can make, I could buy more recipes. How much money do I have? We have 1,200. So I could buy more recipes for clothing. Noble clothes and all that. Yeah, so that mostly seems to be requiring lots of linen. Noble dress, noble tunic. We don't have nearly the supplies for any of that. Padded armor. Thin padded armor requires linen, fabric, and all that. It's worth 1,400. That is some nice solid money there. You have like excellent and all that. We don't have the tech. Yeah, so I can make this, and it'd be leather and thread. So you're worth 220. You're worth 1,400. This is the one I want to make. The downside is this is a hell of a lot of flax. Otherwise, we can make decent clothing, which would be good for the weather. I mean, these are still pretty valuable as well. Decent amount of flax on these as well. A lot of cold and heat protection, though. Sure. We just bought all but the pants. Alright, so let's go up here. And I got 20 of these worth. Let's make half of it into fabric. Yeah, no, it is. Does the striking big can make you a target? Yeah, it is one of those things. Like I said, I really hope they get someone who can just basically go and be like, hey, here's what you need to do. Just because that's not money. You don't go investing that in the stock market and doing a whole bunch of stuff where you're putting it at risk. That is enough money that if the person just does some like really safe ways of trying to mitigate inflation, you know, like doing like certified deposit CDs or whatever to just try and prevent that. That is, hey, I'm 18, by the way, I would like to retire now kind of money. But it's real easy to waste all that. Alright, so let's go ahead and make the tunic. Oh, I shouldn't have bought the tunic and the dress. That was a mistake. It's fine. I could have just done the tunic, the pants, and the hat. There's the shoes. That's fine. I wouldn't have had the fabric to make the pants anyways. Alright, so let's look here. Because now with that, we can put on our hat, our shoes, and our tunic. It almost makes you look like you're wearing sunglasses. And we're going to put on our winter trousers because I don't have other pants. And what I'm going to do is we're going to drop our bronze helmet in here for right now. We can drop our linen fabric in there for the moment. So let's see here. If we wear thick gloves, they will give us cold protection with no consequences. And then the winter clothes will penalize a lot of our heat management. We're going to go ahead and drop the winter clothes. And basically what I'm trying to do here is we're trying to make it so we can manage our heat by just changing our outfit. The bronze helmet has a lot that it doesn't help with that. Alright, so now we shouldn't be constantly dealing with the character going, oh, it's hot. Look, I'm not telling you how to do your job, because you're clearly doing it. But like, I need the soups. And I think all my neighbors are snagging the soup before I can get to it. And I'm getting hungry. So you're casting a spell with a very tiny wand? Oh yeah, some of the animations get kind of silly. Well, alright, so what I'm going to do... Oh, that's my very own mushroom soup. Thank you. Nope, give that back. Here, I brought the bowl back. There you go. Because I want more soup. Workshop. So we can go here. And we'll make some more bowls. So that our person making the soup can make even more soup. Because our wife was the one who was managing that. Right, the next giveaway. Okay, so what's going to end up happening here, chat, is I'm going to go ahead and start this, which if you would like a copy of Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC, you'll do !join to do that. I will do a drawing here in about, let's say, 10-15 minutes. And the only requirement you have is when I draw your name, you just have to say something in chat. You don't have to be following, you don't have to be subscribed, nothing like that. It's just when I draw it, I'm going to be like, hey, you know, you won, do you want it? You say yes, and then I will send you a key. Well, it's 2 keys, because it's one for the base game and one for the DLC. And that's Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC. Because we did a bunch of Dare Drop stuff to unlock a ton of keys for it. I got some like 7 or 8 of them. I've been giving them out over the last day or so. Alright. So do you have more soup for me? You can get my heart through my stomach. My stomach is a rumbling. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. My stomach's a rumbling. Got a rumbly in my tummy. Oh, right, we finished that house. Did we put another house down? All right, we put it around the corner here. That's right. Yeah. No, you are absolutely welcome. Like, as long as you don't already own the game, because, like, I don't, you know, please don't put it in the gray market or whatever. It is those things that can hurt channels where suddenly you stop getting keys because they keep seeing your keys show up for sale places. But otherwise, absolutely. And thank you for those files. Welcome to the stream. And for the record, I don't usually do a lot of giveaways. It just so happens because I did this Dare Drop, I've got a bunch of keys. And if I got a bunch of keys, I'm gonna give them away. gotta remember, now they have like a dedicated blacksmith, I'm gonna have to keep the ore coming in, or they'll end up having nothing to do. All right. And I wonder at what point our wife who is having to baby or had to baby, I wonder at what point they'll be able to go back to work. Like at what age range is our kid deemed old enough that, you know, they can be, because obviously it's an infant right now. Well, she's an infant right now, because that is the wifey, and that is the daughter, and they're adorable. It's just the way it is.
What a scorcher.
Old enough that we can send the kids to the mine? Hey, I have no idea what age group, like, for a video game, I have no idea what the age groups are for assigning people to roles. Oh, right. We also have the problem of, I have a bajillion stone, and it just keeps stacking up, and we're not using it for enough. Because, like, I make my buildings out of stone, but it's just, I get so much stone. So I was gonna go fences, stone fences. Oh, okay, I can't do it yet. Never mind. So we go into the caves. You know, like, decorate the town. Make it pretty. Look. Right now, we are trying to make our food and income stable. You want it pretty? That's what you want? I'm gonna need you to step it up so we can have the leeway to have extra resources to use on non-critical things. Until then, if you want to prettify something, you're welcome to do what you like with it. But you're gonna do it yourself. The children thirst for the mines. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if the kid has a passion for, what is it? Excavation, extraction, whatever they call it. I don't have a problem assigning them to the area where that gets the ore. It is on the list of things I will need to assign another person to pretty soon. Because we did just expand our production of lumber. So it'd be the ore would be next. Can you believe it's 2 years? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 2 years is pretty young, but I'm not going to complain about that. Yeah, I don't think we can... Hey, look, she's actually getting fish. I don't miss cleaning fish. I look over there like, you know what? I remember fishing when I was younger, and I certainly cleaned my fair share of fish, and I am good. I am real good. You didn't know this was like Valheim? So in some ways, yes, in some ways, no. The big difference here is it's focused a lot more on building a town. Like there isn't like the gods you seek out to go kill them or anything like that. Instead, you recruit people to your town and they can be assigned tasks. You can have children and all that. It is a survival crafter, like city builder kind of thing in the sense that you do run around and do all the city building elements to it. All right, so she's still making soups. Pretty soon, I'm probably gonna have to go on a rampage killing wildlife. I cannot manage to squeeze and to snag that food that she is making. Like, she is cooking like her life depends on it, but that food is vanishing.
Damn. It's hot.
Because the problem is if I grab that meat and cook it, then we end up with a problem. You're using the cabbage and the mushrooms and all that for food. That's it. You've got over 1,200 hours in Valheim, and nearly the same in Soul Mask and P Rising. Please don't tell me I have to add Medieval Dynasty as well.
But at this point, I'd love to have a loveless one at least.
I'm roasting out here.
Medieval Dynasty is extremely good. Very different game. The dialogue from the NPCs are unhinged. Like, thankfully, some of the people in my town started to get married, because everywhere you'd walk around, they'd be like, I'm so lonely, and it's like, dude, please. There's like 12 or 14 of you here. It's a perfectly even split between men and women, and you're all like in your 20-somethings. You can probably figure it out. You may have to adjust certain expectations, but like, please stop talking to me like this. It's really weird walking around my town full of nothing but bachelors and bachelorettes, and they're all complaining about being lonely. Was she complaining that she didn't want to be alone even if she didn't fall in love? Correct. She was like, I'd rather be in a loveless marriage than alone. I was like, you have some, like, I don't know, you should love yourself more or something. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, like companionship and all that.
I wish I had a significant other as well.
Please stop saying these things. I'm helping you cook. Don't make me regret it. It's like, I wish I was happy like you. It's like, okay, you're just making this really awkward for both of us. I'm just trying to make some flatbread, man.
Some people just can't dress for the weather.
Well, I mean, at least that was some different complaint. Okay. They dropped a bunch of flatbread. We're topped off food-wise. Alright, I still have the shovel. Here, you can have the shovel. Let's see. So I need to make a new bow or have a new bow. You suck at dressing. Yeah, it's because, like, I've got all my summer clothes on except for winter pants because I didn't have enough money to get the pattern for summer pants. So, we're not exactly dressed correctly. There's only one fertilizer. Still got some linen cloth. Got a couple of logs and a lot of planks. Like, a lot of planks. More than enough stone. A ridiculous amount of wood bowls. I have winter bracers in here, apparently. You subbed to your YouTube channel. Everything was fine until you came across some American Truck Simulator. Yep. I haven't played ATS in a while. Really good game. All right.
The heat is unbearable.
Yeah, they got some crops growing over there. It's the lack of fertilizer that's hurting us there. Okay. Let's check before we go. How many torches am I down to? 1. Okay, let's get ourselves another torch. Beekeeping age. There is beekeeping in the game. I haven't gotten to that yet. Let's see. Do we have any torches? Simple or otherwise? How do I not have torches? Oh, right. Because it was my wife who was the one who was working on the workshop. And she is busy dealing with kid things. So torches. Go ahead and make 5. I'm gonna have to get leather, I'm gonna have to get meat. Oh right, I was looking for the bow. That's what I was doing, is I was looking for a bow because I needed the bow for hunting. Because we broke our last bow, and I could technically use the spears, they work alright. They're much more of a pain in the butt to use though. Okay, so we're good on that. So let's check in here to see if we have a bow handy. They are on the list of things that we craft. I do have a bow to spare, and it's in good shape, so let's do that. Meanwhile, arrows-wise, I've got copper arrows. I've got bronze arrows. I've got stone arrows. Let's drop off the poisoned arrows for right now. Drop off the iron arrows too. Let's save those for when we want to go hunt something actually big. It looks like our knife will probably break soon, so I'm going to grab that iron knife. Because you're also supposed to be crafting copper arrows, or sorry, bronze arrows. We haven't gone to that, which is fine. That's also fine. Okay. So let's grab our bow. And need to hunt some deer for some hides and meat. Also grab some water before we get too far. Okay. There's a rabbit. Can you send people out to hunt? Yes. It's just, generally speaking, your character is way better at pretty much everything than your workers are. So it is just one of those things that, generally speaking, they don't keep up. Which is where we're at with this, is we are slowly been dwindling down our meat. Because my hunters can't quite keep up with the demand we've got. Alright, not a bleeding hit, just a surface hit.
The heat is unbearable.
Again, just surface it. There we go, we got a bleeder.
What a scorcher.
Did I cancel that arrow? And you died. See if I can't recover that arrow. Nope, wherever it is, it's gone. Maybe I did hit it? I thought I shot right over it. Okay. I wish you wouldn't go there. That's towards the wolves. Doop. Would you get your butt over here? Alright, a little worried that wolf's gonna pick a fight at me. I think I got a good hit on it. It was just standing there barking at me. Meanwhile, where'd that doe we hit go? Because it was definitely bleeding as well. I don't see the blood trail. There you are. No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, you're bleeding. And again, they run over to the wolves. Now what'll happen is when the season changes, it'll kick us right back to, kick us back home. Okay, and there's another one down. But yeah, this should have us well suited for meat for a little while. And a lot of leather. So where is the last one? And we unlocked the upgrade on the inspection mode, which is why I can just like walk around, turn this on. Okay. Another bleeding hit. Oh, baked me. That's fine. We can just follow the blood trail. Don't forget the draw. Yeah, I'll do it as soon as we get this deer out of here. Okay. And we have wiped out all deer in the general area. Okay, so meanwhile, I'm going to walk away from where the wolves are likely to pick up on me. Because I need to do the drawing for the game. Now, as a reminder, we are giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 25 in the next set DLC. I'll give like one last chance for people to put their names in, just to !join. Only requirement whatsoever is if your name's drawn, you just have to say something in chat to let me know that you actually won it. So you just have to be here, but we're going to do that in just 1 minute because I meant to do it earlier and I got distracted by hunting, so I do apologize. So we're going to go ahead and do that here in like final call to get your names in there because I'm right about to hit the button. Lots of people dropping their stuff in there. All right, so let's go ahead and do the drawing there. And Jaywalker. So Jaywalker, if you would like that, just say something in chat and I'll get you that key. All right. Let's see. You own place in Goku Dinosaur? You're here and you want it. Cool, cool. So let me go ahead and get that to you real fast, so that we can get all that sorted out. So I will whisper it to you on Twitch. So give me 2 seconds to grab those keys. Drop that off. So that'll be your key there. Farming Simulator 25. That'd be the key. And grab the next set DLC key. And make sure I got Jaywalker, and we are good. So there you go, Jaywalker. Those should work. If you have any problems, let me know. Basically all I'll be able to do is like, point you at the devs or whatever so they can sort it out. All right, so it looks like we got a storm rolled through. I didn't know that was a thing, but a sudden and fierce storm struck your village at night, damaging some of the buildings. Thankfully, no one is hurt. Time arises the damage and plan necessary to repair it. So 7 buildings got damaged. And 2 people got married, or two couples got married. All right. All right, well, that's going to cost me some supplies, unfortunately. Okay, so that house is all fixed. That house is fine. This one took some roof damage. Okay, so you're fine. The well took some damage.
Efficiency in this village starts to be a bit annoying.
Okay, you got damage on that wall way over there. Is this live? Nope. You are watching or recording. For the record, if someone is ever doing reruns or whatever, they do have to disclose that they're doing reruns. Like, they actually have to mark it as such. Generally speaking, you run into very, very few people doing reruns anymore. Not never, but it's pretty rare nowadays. It ends up being really bad for viewer retention, tends to hurt your numbers and all that stuff. So it's pretty rough to do it. Not that you can't do reruns, but it's a difficult one to make work well. Okay, so you're all good here. You have one guy who does reruns? It's silly. Yeah, I mean, not something I'd really tune into. That's fine. All right. Okay, and we're out of logs. Yes, I think everything's patched up. There's lots of folks doing reruns at the moment because the whole highlights being capped. So they're losing some of their collections. They hope to... Oh, I could see that. So, like, redoing a highlight reel just so it replays in the stream and then splitting the VOD or something like that. I still don't think it's a good idea, but I can understand why it is occurring. Oh yeah, the remote storage is tremendous. All right, and the other thing we're gonna do is let's check for the level 2 kitchen. Let's see, imagine. Did we already upgrade the kitchen? I didn't think we did. I know you can try to upgrade them while there's people in them. Let's try that again. So, kitchen... Oh, I chose the wrong building. Yeah, I see.
You don't need to clean yourself. The fact that you did something for the king doesn't mean you're better than the rest of us.
Alright. I'm not ready to build this, but let's go ahead and place it so I don't forget that it's available. Because then I can place the place for donkeys over here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Too uneven to build. That is not what I want to see. Especially with the way you can, like, build up the ramp. It's weird how... This is, like, really sensitive about it. Oh, that'll work. That's fine, because we'll put the road going that way too. That's fine. That's not a priority to build that. I just didn't want to forget about it. Survival, no. Extraction, no. Farming, no. I could have sworn it was under production was the kitchen. So we got fishing, we had the tavern, we had the workshop. It's not services. It's not storage. Where is my brain? What the heck was kitchen under? I could have sworn it was under the same place as smithy and all that. Because it's a production building. Because we got fishing, I've got sewing, I've got smithy, and I got workshop, and no kitchen. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I'm just... Iconography getting me. So let's see here.
The king is the king. As long as he doesn't poke his nose into my
So, yeah, we'll need a ton of planks and logs. So let's not start that one until we're ready. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run to town real fast. Oh, did we get... Let me also check management. Farm shed. Cool, so you're still working. Cool, cool. I just wanted to make sure the farming was actually occurring. Because I know once our wife had the baby, it unassigned her from her task. Did I actually drop off the meat? I did not. 1 second. Let me drop off the meat so she can keep cooking. You can't cook what I've got in my pocket. Yeah, and all those trees coming back in. Let's see here. Grab that. We've got some dried meat and dried fish and all that, which is good. Got some scrambled eggs and all that happening.
I'm not superstitious, but I am a little suspicious.
We'll make the fertilizer real fast to keep the farmers moving. I think he's making animal feed. There's some fertilizer so you can keep your job going. Do I still have the hoe on me? No. I don't think you... She's probably actively using it right now. Okay. Yeah, so the big thing is I stopped, spending the time cutting down a lot of the trees myself. And so as a result of that, we're not getting the wood quite as fast as we were before. Because I'm trying to not have it where I keep plowing the trees down around my property again and again. I would like to get the people doing the extraction up to a point that even if it's not making great time, they're facilitating that. So I can run around and work on other things more. Oh yeah, no, I really do appreciate that Twitch allows us to stream to multiple platforms. I remember it was a thing that, like, when the CEO of Twitch, Dan, when he was running around doing his, like, Dan in a Van stuff, I got the opportunity to meet with him when he was passing not far from my area and got to sit down and have conversations. And that was one of the topics he was asking about. I was like, you know, if you were allowed to stream on multiple platforms, would you? And I was like, you know, there's people who I think they were afraid to, you know, make it sound like they weren't committed to Twitch or whatever. But I was definitely like, oh yeah, the very day you let me put it onto multiple platforms, I am there. It's like, I don't have to, like, upload my VODs afterwards. I don't have to go through a huge headache on it. It just expands the amount of people we can have potentially reach our audiences. Like, no question about it. Absolutely good to do. Oh, I can't do that one. I don't have carrots. There's like zero hesitation. I would absolutely do that. And at the time, he seemed pretty unsure if it would actually help people out or they're actually interested in it. And I'm like, why wouldn't I? Like, if I could take my stream and, you know, put it on YouTube, put it on Twitch, put it on TikTok, wherever else, that just increases the amount of people who can see it and all that stuff. Dan in the van, that's the first time you heard about it? Yeah, no, it was like 2 years ago, maybe 3, that Twitch CEO Dan was like doing a road trip, and he did one across a lot of the US and he did a separate one across a lot of Europe. And he was meeting directly with content creators and, you know, sitting down, having conversations, being like, hey, what can help, like, what can I do to help you and all that. That's part of the reason he became so beloved for a while, that now people are a little less super into it because he had all those meetings and he gave us all this really good feedback. And then it felt like a lot of it he kind of, you know, disregarded a month later. Hey, Penny Meow. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Actually, I'm going to do that myself here real fast. Shout out. Penny Meowie. Because for those who don't know, Penny Meowie, absolutely fantastic content creator. You going to do it, bot? Something's going on with the bot. That's the second time I did a shout out that it just didn't. Oh, we'll do this one. Shout out Penny Meowie. Because for those who don't know, Penny Meowie, absolutely fantastic content creator. I know you've been playing some Schedule 1 recently. Yeah, you're still playing some Schedule 1 recently. Also, so for all the people who came over with Italics who've been enjoying Schedule 1, you can find more Schedule 1. Penny Meowie is absolutely fantastic. Definitely recommend. Has played stuff like Product Zomboid as well and all that good stuff. Playing a pretty wide range. Let's see, Firebot had an update and all the commands broke for someone else yesterday. Gotcha. I do use Firebot. I did have where the update happened and stuff didn't work until I updated, and then they did seem to work. And the shoutout command has worked earlier, so I don't really know what's going on there. It is pretty annoying, though. Alright. So, for our quest we've got here, we need to make 11 buckets. Yeah, either way, at least I can still use the old shoutout, and it doesn't give me, like, the cool little thing where it puts up the panel. It'll probably have another thing that, did that guy just say, may the forge be with you? They definitely leaned into putting as many references as they could in this game. But yeah, no, we got our new Heir. They're just wee little babby. You're planning an event that would rely on Firebot a lot, and now you're terrified it won't work. The wonders of doing content creation. The one I'm dealing with is Logitech updated G-Hub again, which means everything stopped working, which means I need to uninstall it, remove all of its files from my hard drive, and then reinstall it just to get it working again. It is amazing how bad Logitech is at software for how good they are at actually making devices. I probably actually can't do the shovel taker this time. That's fine. Yeah, so we need wood. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll run back to town. We will toss the buckets at the NPCs to get that quest done. I'm gonna chop a bunch of trees down the way. G-Hub has to be one of the worst pieces of software ever. Oh yeah, no, that's kind of the thing that, but just think you pay a monthly subscription. I was just about to hit that. That Logitech was the one who was talking about that you could, you know, potentially making it so you'd effectively leash your mouse or whatever, or pay subscription service for your hardware. And my response is like, okay, maybe if we had a more reputable company on the software side of things, I would still probably say absolutely the hell no. But at least I might listen to the pitch. But considering, while again, Logitech makes good hardware, their software is atrocious. Like, really, really amazing levels of just bad. That they update this thing that's really just supposed to be able to make it so you can change keybinds on your mice or whatever. That your mouse needs it to function. And even though it's been working, somehow they break it every single update to the point where you have to uninstall it and purge it from your system and then reinstall it all just to update it. And then they don't let you disable the auto update either. And so it's like you have made a uniquely bad piece of software. Oh, okay, so we're too close to town. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not paying monthly for that. It wouldn't be so bad if it released and there were some problems. Fair enough, it happens. But that crap's been out for like 10 years now. And they're actively updating it. And it breaks every time. It's one of those ones, I can't remember who it was. There was, it was a game company that basically someone went out of their way, went through a whole big process, finally got hired by the company, fixed one bug that had been bothering them, and then quit. That they went through all of that just to fix it. I think it was a game company. I could be mistaken. But I remember it was like a whole thing that had happened. That someone just... The bug bothered them so much that they went out of their way to seek a job at the company because they hadn't been fixed it. Not all heroes wear capes, some just know how to code. But yeah, it was a whole thing that it was like, it was either that or some like Office. It was some piece of software that just had some bug that had persisted and persisted and persisted. And this person got a job at the company, fixed the one bug that had been upsetting them for so long, and then quit the job immediately. Which is definitely at a point where, as a company, you do a little evaluation going, okay, hang on a second. This issue was significant enough that this person went through this whole big hassle just to fix it because we didn't. And it wasn't something like it was some obsolete piece of software that had been sitting there and wasn't selling. Like, it was still commercially available and still like their mainstay kind of thing, or one of their mainstays. And that gives you an idea like how frustrated your users were by that one issue. So I'm kind of down the trees way over here because I'm trying to avoid destroying the aesthetic around my town now that the trees are all growing back. So I don't mind deforesting someone else's area. That's a them problem. I do think it's interesting that we're getting a bunch of contracts. Oh, you know what I'm willing to bet? I'm willing to bet as you level stuff up, they change what stuff you get offered. Like there's some they keep giving you because it's easy to offer it kind of thing. But where we were getting, you know, sly as a fox is a thing where it's just kill like 4 fox or whatever. Since they've got a decent level in hunting, they're like, look man, they can handle a fox. Okay, let's get home. Does he always like to find a nice forest with lots of maple trees and build a storage there for wood cutting trips? So when you're saying you build... Oh, is the storage linked or something like that? So like if I put the storage there and like dumped all the wood in, is there an easy way to move the wood from one place to the other? Or is it just you dump it all there and then... Oh, they're all linked? Oh... That's interesting information, then yeah. Because that would be good, because then, yeah, like exactly, you could find a place with a bunch of good, like, maple or spruce or something like that. Chuck one storage way the heck over there. And you could have the area you just devastate and not care about. That actually has got a lot of interesting implications. Because then you could also put it, like, right by some caves. So if you have like an iron cave that's not particularly convenient for you. Yeah, I'm a little torn about the idea of like a bunch of random storages on the map just from like you having a storage thing with no one there. It's fine. But it would definitely be worth it from like the utility. It'd just be weird having a storage building with no one nearby. But still. Because I like the idea of just building my city to be bigger and bigger. Alright, so let's try and get over here and get the frame of this house up. I do like our steadily growing village. I'm gonna need so much limestone. I'm honestly thinking we're going to get pretty close. Well, actually, no. We got another person working on the sawmill. I was going to say, I was getting a little worried that we'd run into a situation where we would start running out of firewood. But yeah, no, I could definitely see putting, like, storage near certain towns and all that. Having a storage in a dedicated place where, you know, you would grab, like, iron or whatever, or... That's actually kind of nice, because one of the things I was thinking about is I've been messing with an offline playthrough, and I'm pretty mixed on where I actually chose to build. I'm doing the normal map, like the beginning map. And the reason I'm mixed about it is just the fact that I put on this, like, cool lake that's a big area around. I was figuring I was going to build the town around the lake. But the terrain's pretty rough to build on. It's got a lot of elevation to it, so you try and place buildings, and even though they're like, oh yeah, you can put on stilts, 90% of the time it's like, it's uneven. You can't build here. It's like, man, just make the stilts taller. I know you can do it. It's probably like you have a few small villages that mine chop wood instead of needing to have the dev mode all the city-states. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I think it's reasonable. Because the alternative is you just have to, like, lug everything between them. Yeah, so we're definitely getting the materials faster now. The fact that this is, Okay, we'll stop there. Because I'll want the plank. Just like that, I've got basically all but the planks up on that place. Okay. So I can grab the one plank and a couple logs. So there's a plank. Now we grab 6 logs. For the quest, you can have the feathers, you can have the deer skulls. I need 25 of the sticks. Alright, I didn't give enough. Need to give 10 more. Yep, and we can drop this off for the quest. And that'll be another thing done. Like I said, the last one, I don't have the flax, the linen, that thing. And I don't think it's worth it for me to go and do that right now. But the trader is hauling like 40 tons of wood across the map is instant. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is like running back and forth with the big supplies. That's actually one of the things that I could definitely see if you want to have more relaxed playstyle, just turning on the unlimited carry and being like, whatever. Like, we're not using it, but I could absolutely see just turning that on and being like, hey man, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna get my iron, and I'm gonna just walk it home. It's also interesting because, like I said, I've been a little mixed on where I set up my offline playthrough just because of elevation. Like, it wouldn't be so bad, it's just kind of annoying because you're like, I want to put a building here and just gotta keep moving it around until it finally goes, okay, that's a spot that's even enough. Which really does limit where you can build pretty heavily. Because you gotta try and seek out places that are flat enough. It's like in Kenshi. There's a lot of really flat areas, but like you go to any place that isn't flat and it's really restrictive of what you can do there.
Chickens recently picked apart 2 foxes who tried to sneak in.
Oh, it's you again.
Alright.
Goodbye.
Yeah, so we're not gonna get that quest done. So I'm gonna untrack it. And we've got a bunch of these other ones. Yeah, so we'll probably need to get the wheat roll and all that. But that's okay, because we got all that done. We can go dip in the water. But we got ourselves more reputation and all that. But yeah, we did add like another 4, 5, 6 people onto our town, not even counting the children that were born. Speaking of which, yeah, so Alice age 0. Yeah, and you still are assigned to pot. Right. So if you notice here, once the child is born, her role changed from the profession she was working on to mother. Too young. I was like, oh, that's weird. So Alice already has assigned capabilities, so she'll be really good at extraction and production. But yeah, so it's those things that they get changed to the job mother, because then they take care of the kids for like a year or two. And then the kids are like old enough that they can kind of wander around as like toddler / small children. That is one downside with this game, though, is like if you start setting up your base and then you decide you don't like the spot, about all you can do is kind of just abandon the resources you allocated there. Like, you can grab the stuff that's inside the buildings or whatever, but taking the buildings down to try and get your resources back just isn't worth it. But you do have a cap on how many buildings you can have, so you still kind of do want to tear it down. Because then the other problem I had in the other playthrough is where I built, I've got like wolves on all sides of me. So it's a really rough spot to be, and then you can't build there very well. Which is a shame, because it looks really gorgeous. Let's see. Scrambled eggs. We can take the scrambled eggs. Alright, that said though, chat, it is going to be about that time that I need to start calling it a night. So, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is just kind of how the whole thing works. I will not be back tomorrow. That is my day off, and I'm, taking my wife out to dinner for a belated birthday thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But I should be back Friday because she is stuck working overtime. So I figure I might as well stream if she's not going to be home the next day. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host scheduled over there, so that is just kind of how that works. So thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to subscribe over there on YouTube. But for those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid on.